Testing 1, 2, 3. Check, check. Miss Broder, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I'm so sorry.
Yes, I
My
can.
computer was on mute I don't know. Sorry about that.
No worries. All right. At this point, we'll have the chairman recognize you once the committee starts, but thank you so much for participating in the mic check.
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you.
Investigative Committee to order. Appreciate those that could make it being here today. I know there's a lot of others that'll be looking at us online or participating online today. Senator Gooch is sick. Senator Butler's out of town. Senator Dolezal's out of town. We have Senator Hatchett's going to participate online, and I'm not certain about our other members, but we'll be looking for whatever participation we can get. Appreciate those of you that made the effort to be here today, to be here. Thought I'd go ahead and announce the date of the next meeting so that everybody can calendar that. It's going to be Friday, September the 13th, Friday the 13th. And we'll be meeting at 10:30 in the morning. One reason we're doing that is to accommodate people like Senator Kennedy, Senator Jones, and I that have some distance to travel. Gooch coming down from Dahlonega to give us time to get in the morning without, being too bleary-eyed here, so we can pay attention to the testimony that we receive. Today, we've got a couple of things on our agenda. I have been wanting to hear from other district attorneys as to some of these rules and regulations and laws and operations of district attorneys' offices that we've been hearing a lot about how the Fulton County office operates. And there are several statutory provisions that control the use of special prosecutors, special grand juries, the budgeting ideas, and sort of the interaction of county governments with district attorneys. The entire notion of a district attorney being a constitutional office and having concurrently with that a certain amount of independence is important, but also it's important to have accountability, and these are creatures of state law. So we want to make sure that we're addressing concerns that citizens may have. With the theme for us to keep in mind is that what we're trying to do is to make certain that we can maintain the public confidence in the fairness and impartiality of our criminal justice system in Georgia. So I thought it would be good. I've had a number of DAs reach out to me with comments, concerns, criticisms over the last few months. I have also reached out to a number of district attorneys for advice for their counsel and some of the direction of this committee. And occurred to me that it would be really good for this committee and the public to hear from district attorneys that are confronted with the same dynamics and problems and concerns and challenges that the Fulton County District Attorney has been faced with. This morning we have Mr. Danny Porter, who is we'll call him a retired district attorney from Gwinnett County, probably a very much happier man now than he has. Well, how many years you served? 30 or 40 years, wasn't it?
Almost 40 years as
Yeah.
a prosecutor and 27 as district attorney.
Wow. So he has a great insight and a little historical perspective and institutional knowledge on how district attorneys' offices operate, and particularly in a metro environment with Gwinnett County being his district. We also have Mr. Wright Barksdale, who's with the Okmulgee Judicial Circuit. Got a little more youth than his compatriot here. And he's in a more rural environment in the Okmulgee Circuit, and probably less resources perhaps as some of the large metro DA's offices have. And Miss Marie Broder is the district attorney down in the Griffin Judicial Circuit, is available with us by Zoom today. She wasn't able to be here. Marie, can you hear us okay? We can see you just fine.
I can hear y'all. Thank you for accommodating me. I'm out of town, so I appreciate being able to join y'all on Zoom. And I see Senator Kennedy there, who's my senator for Upson County. Good morning, sir. Good morning, everybody.
But we're glad to have you here. So we're going to start with essentially a panel discussion, and I'm going to ask some questions and invite input from all of the district attorneys, and we'll sort of take turn. I'll act more as a moderator, I suppose, on this. I have mentioned to each of you some of my areas of concern that I want to explore, and we'll start in that manner and let you all contribute to response to the concerns and issues I have, and then I'll give you some free time to sort of express any concerns that you may have or suggestions as to amendments to current laws or the enactment of new laws that might make your jobs easier and restore public confidence in the system. This is sworn testimony, so if I could swear each of you in, if you'd please raise your right hands. You swear the testimony you'll give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
I do.
You all probably used to administering that oath more than you are to receiving it, but I truly do appreciate each of you being here. I wanted to begin by us explaining to the committee and to the public exactly how the district attorneys are funded. We know about our state appropriations, but I understand it to be more of a county supplemented state program. But Danny, you having served as director of Prosecuting Attorneys Council might be the one to start with, because that's where a lot of our money flows through. If we could get you to start by just explaining the overview, kind of the architecture of funding for district attorneys' offices, because I've been hearing back from a number of district attorneys that feel like they need more resources or don't have enough financial resources to provide the job, the duties that they're supposed to be doing as far as prosecuting and running these offices. So if you could just kind of give us the framework financially, how the state of Georgia and local counties fund district attorneys' offices.
Okay, I think an urban or suburban circuit like mine, which was a one county circuit, is a good example of the inadequacy of the state support, because there's a formula, and I don't know the exact formula today, but when I left in 2020, the funding formula that was passed by the legislature by law and then implemented by the Prosecuting Attorneys Council is that there's the district attorney, then you get one assistant DA per judge. So for instance, when I left, we had 11 judges in Gwinnett County. So that would have given me 11 assistant DAs. You get one investigator in the circuit for the entire circuit, and you get one secretary for the entire circuit.
Mr. Porter, would give us a little history of your service, because I know you from the years that you were here so active with the Prosecuting Attorneys Council, but let the committee members and the general public who's clued in know about your history in the legal profession as a prosecutor and as a DA before I get you in any deeper, because you have the perspective here I think we need to appreciate.
I started with the Gwinnett County District Attorney's Office in September of 1981, about 2 months after I graduated from law school. I paid my own way through law school, so I had to drive a truck to pay off the last of the debt. And then I went to work in Gwinnett County as an assistant DA. Over the years, there was a change in administration in 1984 from Democrat to Republican. I stayed on because I guess I was low enough on the totem pole that the axe didn't cut that deep. So I stayed on, and I worked for 12 years with Tom Lawler, who was the district attorney there. During that time, I took over various special prosecution units, including the drug unit, including we had an indictment unit then that drew all the indictments for the circuit to be assigned to the judges. So I rose to the level of chief assistant. And then in 1992, Lawler called me into his office and he said, if you want to keep a job here, you better run, because I'm. So I was dragged kicking and screaming into politics, and I was elected in 1992, and I took office in January of 1993. I was defeated in the election of 2020, and I was long eligible for retirement by that point. So I retired at the end of 2020.
Tell us about your involvement with PAC and explain what the Prosecutorial Attorneys Council is.
When I was elected district attorney, I was already friends with some of the folks that were not only on PAC, on the council, but also the administrative folks at PAC, like Pete Scandalakis and some of the folks. So I was asked to serve on what's called the Prosecuting Attorneys Council. That is a group of district attorneys and solicitors that are chosen by the memberships of the association. So for instance, The DA members are chosen by a vote of the District Attorneys Association, and the solicitor members are chosen by a vote of the Solicitor General's Association.
How large is that council?
Mr. Burstill's gonna have to help me.
Right, we've got 3 solicitors, and I believe Marie is actually on the council. Is it 6 DAs or is it 5? She's muted.
Sorry, I believe it's 5, right?
Yeah, 3
Yeah.
solicitors and 5 district attorneys that make up the council.
I want folks to understand, I have always had the impression that you all are very independent of the legislature, that it's almost a self-run type organization, but we have given you certain authority to speak on behalf of all those DAs and solicitors. Am I right, or how does that work?
The prosecutor, the council sets policies that are written into a policy manual by the staff at Prosecuting Attorneys Council that govern to a certain extent the conduct of district attorneys. It generally deals with regulation of certain fiscal matters, which is how they handle state money.
Okay.
And that's by a combination of statute and a combination of policy that's promulgated by the council. There's some things the council absolutely cannot do. So for instance, if there was misconduct by a district attorney, there's no authority for the council to discipline or remove a district attorney. So basically the council sets policies about the spending of state money.
Mhm.
And Marie, being on the council, might be able to tell us more. I was the chairman of the council for 4 years. I was a council for 4 years. The chairman's elected for 2-year terms. So I served 2 terms.
So I can remember you in that role, essentially lobbying us or testifying to us, or we would call on you on certain matters where your expertise as a prosecutor was helpful to us.
Correct.
And it seemed like you might have made budget presentations as well, or maybe we would ask you guys what you needed.
We would, the council usually would assign a district attorney who was interested in crunching numbers, because most of us aren't. Well, most of us are lawyers because we can't do math. So we usually had a district attorney and staff members to support the budget presentations. David Miller, who was the DA in Valdosta, was that DA when I was there, and then the DA in Dalton, who's now a judge, took over. I'm sorry, I don't recall.
It's okay.
But
So you
Mr.
would.
Chairman,
would
if I
meet
may,
with-
I need to correct my testimony if I may. I apologize. There's 6 district attorneys on the council. When I was given the number, I forgot to include myself as a member on the council. So there are 6 DAs and 3 solicitor generals. I wanted to correct my testimony. I apologize for the interruption, Mr. Chairman.
No, that's great. And we're going to leave you unmuted. So you join in anytime, Ms. Broder, if you'd like to, because it could help us. Since you're in an active role there on the budgeting, do you make a specific request to the governor for the, Office of Management budget to put you in the budget and then come to the House and Senate Appropriations Committees to make sure we give you enough funding? How does that operate these days?
Marie, if I may.
Yeah, I was going to point to you anyway, right? I know you're I'm not very involved in the budgeting portion of it, Mr. Chairman. I mean, obviously I'm aware of what we present, but I will defer to DA Barksdale to answer this. I know he's a little more active in that role.
All right.
First, the Prosecuting Attorneys Council was, as I understand it, set up to assist district attorneys, both from an HR standpoint, training, and part of that HR is our budget. The DA that is over the DA program, so to speak, and is very involved in that, is DA Herb Cranford from Coweta. I think it is important, Mr. Chairman, to understand that PAC has a budget,
Right.
and the DAs have a budget. It's separate. It's totally separate. So we've got a DA's program. and we've got the PAC budget.
What about solicitors? Is that under the same umbrella?
No,
Okay.
sir. As I understand it, I don't have much knowledge of it, so I'll say that first. But those solicitors, I believe, get almost all of their budget from the county.
All right. So when we're talking about you get assigned or funded for one assistant DA per judge, we're talking about superior court judges.
Correct.
Because DAs prosecute felonies, which are in superior court.
Correct.
And like you're talking about Gwinnett County, you wouldn't believe how many state court judges y'all have now. It's at least 10.
There's about 10.
Yeah. And they don't have any DA assigned to their courts because they're handling misdemeanors. They've got solicitors. That's fully county funded.
Correct.
in that. All right. But on the DAs, which are handling serious crimes, felonies, that's kind of the formula as far as the number of state funded positions.
Correct. Well, actually, to finish out the formula, it's one assistant DA per judge. And then over the years, there have been additional positions added that are state funded. One of them is a drug prosecutor. One of them is a
Juvenile.
It's in code in 15-1814 that lays out the formula. It's an ADA for every superior court judge plus 2, as I understand it. I've been given funding in addition to that for a juvenile prosecutor. I've also been given funding for a drug court prosecutor. I have 2 state paid secretaries. Every circuit in the state gets two secretaries. One investigator. My investigator happens to be right behind me because we're going to go serve subpoenas when we leave here.
Okay.
And
I got one I might need your help with.
but we also recently, and I don't know if y'all remember this, but recently you guys helped us out and gave us 1 state paid victim advocate.
Okay. So there's I've got the book. So I brought Title 15 with me so I could reference if I needed today. 15, 18, 19 deals with the salary schedules.
Yes, sir.
And down 15, 18, 19 E1 says the council, we're talking about PAC,
Correct.
shall establish salary schedules for each such state paid position authorized by this article or any other provision of law. And there's some minimums in here where we know what the minimum, but I had the impression that we have delegated to the prosecuting attorney's council the right to set the terms and conditions of employment, including the benefits and the salary schedule. And then you come seek the money from the state to fill your position, rather than us every year having to adjust the salaries of DAs and assistant DAs. Am I on track here, or educate me and our committee so we can know?
I would tell you,
done.
Mr. Chairman, that the particulars of that, so that I don't misstate anything, and I'm sure Pete is watching me.
He is.
But I would ask that Pete come and talk about the particulars of that, because he's going to know in more detail than I would as to that. I understand that when
He's the chairman now.
He's the director.
executive.
He is the director. Peter Skandalakis is our director. And I believe that he and Chris Jones will be able to give you a better picture and the inner details of how that works.
Mr. Chairman, before we leave this particular portion, I want to piggyback on something that Wright said that I think is important and kind of clear up if there is any confusion. So I have 4 counties in my circuit. It's a very interesting circuit. I have a relatively metro, I would consider it to be a metro county in Fayette County. Then you have Spalding County, which carries most of my crime. And then I have 2 very rural counties in Pike and Senator Kennedy's county, Upson. Okay, in Pike and Upson counties, my attorneys handle both felony and misdemeanors because there is not a solicitor general in either Pike or Upson County. So in Fayette and Spalding, my attorneys handle felonies. In Pike and Upson, they handle everything. And I think, Wright, your counties would be the same way. I also ran the numbers for the committee just to give you some insight into my budget. I have currently 46 employees, including myself this time. The state pays for 14 of those employees. So the counties are picking up everything else. And to break it down even further for you all on the committee, I have 15 attorneys, 10 are state paid. The others are paid for either by the counties or by a grant that we're currently getting that will expire at some point. I have 8 investigators. One of those is a state paid investigator. The rest are completely funded by the county. And that's where it really breaks down, is with your support staff. So for my victim advocates, I have 9 victim advocates. One of those is state paid. The rest are funded by a county or funded by a grant. And of note for the committee, our grants were slashed last year. I mean, slashed by hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I'm very
Where do they
grateful for my
come from?
counties to step
Yes.
up.
The grants from the state or the federal government?
The federal grants. So
These
that's your VOCA and VAWA grants that we get. So those were cut, and I'm very blessed to have counties that stepped up and took on victim advocate positions. So I'm appreciative of that. And finally, and then I'll yield, but for my administrative assistants, I have 14 of those. 2 are state paid. The others are completely funded by the counties. So that's the breakdown of my circuit and how the funding works in my circuit.
So who decides how many employees you have then? The state has their formula, so to speak, per DA's office, regardless of population, right?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay, so you each, and we got 50 district attorneys in the state.
Correct.
If I got my numbers.
Yeah.
So even though we have 159 counties, some districts encompass more than one county.
Most of them,
Right.
sir. Most of them, yes.
These
A
big metro
lot
counties.
of
just-
the metro counties are mostly single circuit counties. There are some in the rural areas that are single county circuits. And, but yes, in the rural areas, I think Wright has the biggest geographical circuit in the state. You've got 8 counties, right?
Right. To lay it out so that everybody kind of is on the same page. In my humble opinion, there's 3 revenue sources for district attorneys' offices. The first is from the state. The second is from the counties. And the third is from grants. And primarily the grant funding is going to be grants that are awarded to us by CJCC. When Ms. Broder was talking about the breakdown of her office, it's important to understand that every DA's office, for the most part, whether metro or county, those are going to be the 3 revenue sources primarily: grants, county, and the state.
What does CJCC stand for?
Criminal Justice Coordinating Council.
And that's a federal
It's
agency?
a state agency
agency.
that administers federal grants. And I don't know how how members are selected. We've always worked with the staff. But to add to Wright's testimony, those are the 3 common revenue sources of every DA in the state. Whether you're a large metro county, whether you're a mixed county like a mixed circuit like Maria, or a predominantly rural circuit like Wright, those 3 are the bread and butter, so to speak. And some people have more bread and more butter than others. For instance, in my county, when I left, there were 142 total employees, 143 including me. I had to work the formula out, but I had 11 or 12, 13, 14 state paid assistants, and the remainder of the 42 attorneys were all county paid, and all of the state paid assistants received supplements.
Well, one reason I'm probing into this area is that there is apparently quite amount of largesse in some of the big counties.
Well,
They've got public relations departments and bodyguards and entourages and public awareness campaigns going on, things other than prosecuting criminals. And some of the more rural, poorer counties are like, dadgum, why don't we have these same resources? And it seems like it's because some of the wealthy counties are pouring money into, criminal justice that the small counties can't do. I hate to see us have smaller counties that feel like they don't have enough personnel because their counties can't supplement, or they're not playing their politics well enough, or not on the right side of the blue or the red to be getting the federal grants coming down. I'm worried about whether there's equity here, or it's just how good is Mr. Barksdale to go get funding from his rural counties. Marie, I got the same problem you got. No, it's not a problem, but the Western Circuit where I'm based is Clark County and Oconee County.
Right.
Clark County has 2 state court judges and a solicitor's office that are prosecuting the misdemeanors. And then we got 4 Superior Court judges. And, we have a DA's office that feels like they're understaffed. You don't have enough authorized positions and then can't fill the ones they have. And then Oconee County next door in the same circuit doesn't have a state court. So the same DA's office is prosecuting misdemeanors and felonies in one county in the circuit and just felonies in the other. I don't know how common that is, but I bet it's common because counties are funding the state courts and the state court solicitors, right?
Yes.
That's correct. Yeah.
And to have a ex-state court solicitor, Senator Jones, on our committee. So he's my reference source there.
And if I may, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman, to back up something that you just said about there not being equity, and I'm sorry, there's a bit of delay. So I'm kind of sitting back and recognizing
Okay.
that there is a delay. There are counties and there are circuits in this state that do not get very much county funding at all. And so they are very dependent on the state, especially I know you have several senators that have South Georgia circuits, and that's where we see it a lot, where the counties just can't. It's not that they don't want to, but they can't supplement the way that some other counties can, and in the North Georgia area too. So I just wanted to confirm that that is the case. Right, you may want to speak on it as well, but I mean, we hear that struggle from them quite a bit.
When the public hears about a DA's office having $1 million budgets or spending money, however the DA sees fit, I want to highlight the fact that out of 50 DAs, 40 of them are running on a very, very small budget, very, very small budget. And
What's your budget?
I've got a general operating account that the counties give me money to support my office, and that's outlined in 15-18-23, which basically says that the counties are to support the DA's offices for printers and copiers and that kind of stuff. I've got in the neighborhood, it fluctuates between $28,000 and $36,000 to do everything from if a copier goes down to buy technology to replacing the tires on a vehicle. So I do want to.
How many counties do you have?
I've got 8 counties. I've got Morgan County, Greene County, Jasper, Putnam, Hancock, Jones, Baldwin, and Wilkinson County.
So you go all the way from Lake Oconee down to Milledgeville.
I started my morning today in front of the commissioners in Greene County at 8:30, finished that budget presentation and drove straight here. I've got one of the poorest counties in the state of Georgia, and I've got per capita one of the wealthiest.
How many Superior Court judges in Okmulgee?
I've got 5 Superior Court judges. I guess it'd be a good time to give them some credit. All 5 of them are very, very good judges. Very pleased to have them.
So you got 5 assistant DAs that the state of Georgia funds, and your salary is funded by the state of Georgia.
Plus
2.
Plus 2.
1 per judge plus 2 is the easiest way to figure it out.
Okay.
But then you've got a juvenile prosecutor and a drug court prosecutor.
Those are state funded.
Yes, sir.
And that is true in any county that has a juvenile court or a drug court.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Doesn't everybody have a juvenile court?
I believe they do now.
They do now. They didn't. That was coming right at the end of my term. There was a push to fund statewide juvenile courts along with a prosecutor now.
Okay.
But even that has exceptions, because in Gwinnett, for instance, our juvenile court was completely county funded, and they turned down the state money and they turned down, and I turned down the state assistant because there were provisions in the law about how that assistant DA could operate and what they could do. And I wanted to retain the freedom to assign different people into juvenile. I always staffed juvenile court, but I didn't always staff it with a state paid assistant DA.
Right.
And so I was using state paid money in conjunction with county money. I would estimate that probably 85 or 90% of my $16 million budget came from the county.
So right back to you. I'm doing my math. 5 judges plus 2 is 7, plus the 2 special courts. You got 9 assistant DAs from state funding.
Correct.
How many you got on top of that from your counties or federal grants?
Overall, I've got 33 employees, not just ADAs, but top to bottom, secretaries, victim advocates. I've got 33, and that includes me. 16, including me, 16 of the 33 are state funded. And that 2 of those, it's important to note that they are contracted, they're state employees, but they're contracted for child support. So my office handles child support, juvenile court, drug court, mental health court, and superior court. All but one of my counties, and that being Baldwin, we also have the responsibility of prosecuting misdemeanors.
Okay. What's the population of those 8 counties? Do you know?
It's hard to say because here, and I'm not trying to avoid that question, I've got 3 state prisons plus a juvenile detention facility, and I've got Lake Oconee and Lake Sinclair, and it depends on if it's the 4th of July, and I'm talking, we fluctuate in the thousands to probably tens of thousands. I'd venture to say 160, give or take, is going to be where we're floating around in those 8 counties. And that's important because what Mr. Porter in Metro Atlanta or Savannah, the issues that they're dealing with are a lot different than some of the issues that I'm dealing with. We both have very difficult jobs. But what I want to highlight with what Mr. Porter said, there is really no accountability when the county gives us our budget. Now, for me, my budget from the county is going to be my general operating expense and the positions. I do not have a tax ID number. So my counties, there's a couple of counties that handle the HR side. Okay. But the accountability, when the public sees somebody, a DA or a DA's office spending money that they believe is inappropriate, understand that the county gave that money to the DA. And part of our job is to allocate that money appropriately. The oversight piece of that is the county can come in next year and say, we don't agree with that. But the public needs to understand the county commissioners that are giving large amounts of money to people that are spending it, however, they have culpability and responsibility to make sure that what's being spent is appropriate.
Right. And is that their only leverage? Rob Pitts was here a couple of meetings ago and expressed some frustration with the lack of accountability from the Fulton County DA's office of where they spent millions and millions of dollars that have been allocated allegedly to catch up on the backlog in prosecutions from COVID days. And it's a little bit of that frustration that you're saying that you don't have to answer to them, except they may not give you money next year if you don't spend it for what they gave it to you for this year.
So to me, there's a couple of things that now will hold us accountable. Before I say that, I want to stress how important it is for me as the DA to make day-to-day decisions on how to operate my 8-county office. There's a couple of different ways in which I'm held accountable, though. One, obviously, every 4 years, I'm held accountable by the voters. Number 2, it is a real thing for me in my circuit. My counties are watching me like a hawk, and that's a good thing. I know that if I break their trust, that they can take away, and they have. Fred Bright was the DA that hired me. There was something happened, and Greene County took money away from us, and they took money away from us for a while. That did impact us in a negative way. So there is accountability there. And the third piece that myself and some other DAs worked alongside the legislature was this DA Oversight Committee. And if you look at that, if we're talking about money being spent in a way that's just outlandish or inappropriate, it may fall under one of those categories where somebody can submit a complaint to that committee.
All right. So, and that's just gone live, so to speak.
Correct.
Okay. So,
But I want to
Sure.
contrast what Wright is saying, because like I said, when I left, my budget was $16 million. My understanding is my successor last year had a budget of $26 million, but it's all the county commission. Now, in my case, the law says, case law, out of a dispute between the sheriff in Spalding County and the county commission chair, the county commission chair tried to control the purchase of vehicles, and particularly the vehicle that the sheriff was driving. And the court ruled that once the commission appropriates the money in the budget to the elected official, it's the elected official's discretion to spend it as they choose. Now, of course, Wright's exactly right. The county could come back and say, you misspent money, and therefore we're going to cut that money out of your budget. In my case, they could also very well take away all the support they provide. So for instance, they could say, you do your own HR, you do your own retirement, you do your own benefits, you do your own insurance, your own car maintenance, your own everything. Buy your own. There was one DA who had to buy his own toilet paper because his county wouldn't support it. So, they wouldn't provide janitorial services. So that's really when you're at war with your commission. I didn't want to do all that. So what I did is voluntarily agree with the commissioners that I would abide by county budget regulations. So for instance, my budget went to the commission for positions and for pay on a pay scale that I set. And I told them I set it. It was approved by HR. We hired under that pay scale, and it was transparent to the county commission. And so I always abided by the county budget regulations voluntarily, because I didn't want to do my own HR. I didn't want to do my own maintenance. I didn't want to do all the things that the county could do. And some of you may know Charlotte Nash, who was the county commission chair for a lot of the years that I was district attorney. To call her a hard-nosed negotiator is a small compliment. And so she and I and the county administrator I would make the budget presentation to them, and we would negotiate how it was going to be, because I understood. And Charlotte told me more than once, you screw around, I'm going to start taking money out of your budget. So I didn't. So it's what we really need to stress, and I think all three of us need to stress, is every single one of the 50 DAs in the state handle their funding differently. But we have broad outlines and broad, I wouldn't call them regulations, but some of us, like me, agreed totally with the idea that we wanted to work within the county budgeting system. Some don't. Some take their money and go home. And there's in fact, the legal authority for that is stronger than legal authority for controlling the budget. Right now, we're like every other elected official, that the sheriff, the district attorney, all of those constitutional officers are given an appropriation and have the right to spend it any way they want.
So what money is distributed or allocated by the prosecuting attorney's council? There's money,
The state funds that are
we
allocated by
appropriate money directly to,
prosecuting
yeah.
attorney's council.
what happens to that money that we give back?
Some of that money goes into the actual PAC budget, the prosecuting attorney's council budget. That budget is then approved by the council. And that involves salaries for employees. It involves training costs, and it involves, they have to do certain housekeeping things too, maintenance, general operating expenses, rent, vehicle maintenance, all the things that any other state agency does. And so that money is allocated by the executive director. It is, it's voted on by the council, the budget is. Then there's the DA budget. The DA budget basically pays the salary. It does all the salary and benefits for state paid employees, including district attorneys. So that money is allocated in accordance with law, by the set salaries. And it also is distributed. Benefits are paid for. Retirement funds are put into their accounts.
Okay.
So
So
that's
let me, I'm not going to spend this whole meeting on budgets, but I wanted to make sure we understood the funding sources and kind of how it goes. And I know you got something you want to say, right? I'm going to tell you all a
Yeah.
couple areas. I want you to give me some flesh out for me. Go ahead and ask your question.
No, I
first,
just,
right?
I just want to make, you asked about the state budget,
Yeah.
and I asked Pete about that 99% of the DA program budget, 99% is tied up in salaries. So I just want to make sure you knew, when you
And-
say where does that money go? 99% of it.
What does the state pay in salary per DA?
I know that I make a little over 130, I think it's 133.
From the state of Georgia?
Right. That can vary if you don't have a drug court.
Right.
Because I believe I get 5 or
Supplement,
6
yeah.
for having a drug court.
I was on the criminal judicial council. I forgot what we were called, when Nathan Deal's thing. And we were trying to incentivize counties to do drug courts, and that was the carrot.
right.
And so everybody took the carrot,
Right.
which
We
is good,
appreciate
public
it.
policy, because now we got drug courts addressing those issues in every circuit. I believe every single circuit. So is that salary, let's call it 133, that is the same in every circuit, correct? The state funded portion.
The state funded portion is the same for every single DA. I do want to provide context. It is the lowest pay in the Southeast.
It's good to know.
And I think that's important. I just want this committee to understand that
You're
all
not
of our-
whining, you're just educating.
I'm doing both. I'm doing both.
You're doing great. All right, now, on top of that, do counties supplement district attorney salaries?
Some.
Mhm.
Good. Okay,
So for instance, when I left, at that time, the DA salary was $128,000. And I made a $48,000 supplement from the county.
very similar to Superior Court judges.
Correct.
What do y'all think about the fairness of that? You're the poor boy from the country. Rhea, I
I'll
don't know what
speak
you
on-
make.
Yeah, I'll speak
Y'all
on this,
working
Mr.
hard.
Chairman. You know, here's the thing, and I kind of want to comment on a couple of things that have been said, but that's not true across the state. Counties are not supplementing their district attorneys across the state. I get a very small supplement of just around $15,000 from all four. That's 4 counties combined. So that's my supplement from all 4 counties. I also want to make this point, and I think it's important for the committee and for the people to understand, our people that are voting out there, is that these DA's offices, like Mr. Porter said, run very, very differently. A lot of your Metro DA's offices run very much like a large size law firm. And I don't mean to sound like a country girl here, but I think it's important that our circuits, like me and Wright and the Vic McNeeses of the world that are out here, we're running like my dad's cattle farm. Okay. Things have to be done. He gets up and he's the one that does it. Now he has people that help him, but he's getting in there and he's doing it. Right now, and even Danny, you were still trying cases. We're still trying cases out there. I mean, I'm trying a case at the end of August. I'm trying a murder case down in Upson County, because when the judges come in and they schedule court all over the place and everybody's in trial, I'm getting in there and trying the cases. So I wanted the committee to understand that it's very different around the rest of the state. And I did want to humanize a little bit of the load that we're asking our ADAs to carry, the ADAs that are getting paid on this scale that frankly is very low. I mean, my ADAs down in Upson County are carrying a caseload of around 600 cases. In Spalding County, they're hovering around 600 as well. And in Fayette, they're way above 500. And that's their caseload. And that's very high.
Per assistant DA?
Yes, that's
per
the average.
yeah.
That's the average.
Right.
Obviously, it's going to fluctuate because we have case assignments according to judges, and then my ADAs are assigned to a team with a judge. But that's the average. That's about where they're hovering. And that's just, it's a lot. But I mean, I've already asked so much of my counties, and so we're doing what we need to do. But I wanted to throw that in there to kind of humanize it a little bit for y'all before we moved on from this topic.
No, that's good, because we hear feedback that some of the Metro DAs are making 200,000 or plus per year. And that's when I realized this isn't the same statewide, because that's significantly above what the state pay is. And I don't know if the state pay is triggered on, certain percentage. It seemed like it used to be whatever the Superior Court judge's state pay was, it was going to be
90%.
either 90% of that. But we're looking at changing the pay of Superior Court judges. And I think the legislature needs to know you're also talking about 50 DAs are about to get a raise too. I'm not criticizing that, right? I think we ought to pay y'all more, but
I don't know if that's still in effect, but
I don't know either,
Mr.
but
Scanlakis
we need to
would
know. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, it was a trickle down. Once you raise the Superior Court, at least in Gwinnett County, once you raise the Superior Court judge's salary, it trickled down.
Right. Did the supplements as well? No, the state law wouldn't apply to that.
It depends.
Okay. Depending on your politics.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Retirement money. I've got the code in front of me, and it basically says district attorneys or who are members of either the district attorney's retirement system or the employee's retirement system of Georgia be entitled to receive service and sick leave, et cetera, et cetera. So where do your people go? I mean, district attorneys, I guess, have your own separate retirement system if you want to participate in it.
We are part of
The judicial retirement.
the
Judicial retirement?
JRS,
Okay.
and that is based on years of service.
All right. And that
That's fine.
covers both the elected district attorney and your assistant DAs, just the elected.
Just the elected.
Where's everybody else go, to the state
ERS.
ERS? All right. So what about the county funded positions? Do they get retirement through ERS, or does the county have to fund them?
The county will fund that unless, and this is one thing that we've not talked about, and there's a code section for it that explains it. They're what's called spacer employees, state paid, county reimbursed.
All right.
All right. And what's attractive about those employees for a lot of my counties is it takes the liability, like health insurance and benefit package, off the county. So those employees are receiving a state paycheck, state retirement, state health insurance, but the counties then turn around and write the prosecuting attorney's council a check for reimbursement.
Okay. So that's monitored through the PAC.
Right.
It's one of its duties. Okay.
Right.
Now, I also know, and I'm still stuck here on 15, 18, 19 for my lawyers up here that are keeping up. The PAC sets forth all the sort of uniform policies, rules, regulations, et cetera, for employees. And I don't know whether that's voted on by the DAs or adopted, but I want to believe that these policies and procedures for employees of district attorney's offices are uniform statewide. But I don't know. Are they? Are you required to comply with what the council has put out as what they ought to be?
I know that the prosecuting attorneys council puts out a best practices suggestion.
Okay.
But I want to highlight again how different some of these offices are set up based on the individual needs. The DA's offices, honestly, are kind of like Georgia as a state. You got Atlanta and everybody else. And I say that with all due respect. Everybody's got pros and cons, but I don't know that you could put in place policies and procedures that would apply to my office that would be a great idea for a metro office, because it's just night and day. I've got 8 counties. I've got people riding all over the place, covering court every which way. It's just a really tough thing. For example, I thought about implementing a time clock for all my employees. And then when I realized how difficult that might be and expensive, we chose not to do that. I let one of my attorneys, who's got 30 years worth of experience, work from home 1 day a week. I've got to monitor that on our tracker system and make sure she's doing what she's supposed to do. But in a small area like I operate in, it's difficult sometimes. I don't mean any offense to Irwinton, Georgia. I love Irwinton, Georgia. I grew up 30 minutes from there. But I don't know how many people in the room right now want to live in Irwinton, Georgia and work there. And so the struggle I have is I've got people that work for me that live in Athens and Macon. If you take Brad Rigby's circuit down in below Houston County, I mean, he's got some places that the Dollar General is the Wally World. I mean, it's it. So when you talk about these procedures that PAC or somebody could try to put in place for the offices, I think you would have a very difficult time crafting policies and procedures for each individual office because we're operating so differently.
Well, but PAC, the council does put out policy and procedures, and there is a policy and procedure manual, but it deals primarily with fiscal issues. For instance, there was a problem with absenteeism at one of the trainings long ago, but it was a training issue, and there was a problem with people who would sign up for classes that they didn't go to and try and get CLE credit for it. And the council members, the PAC staff all recognized it. So we passed a rule that said you had to go to 85% of the classes before you could claim reimbursement. That rule is enforced by the staff at PAC. If they can report to the council that there's a violation of that rule, then the council will go to the DA and demand repayment of the reimbursement. That's where the problem comes in terms of the council's authority. Is if the DA tells the council to go pound sand, then there's no enforcement of that policy. There's no way to enforce the policy.
I'm picking up on that because subject to the provisions of this chapter, we're in Title 15, the Prosecuting Attorneys Council of the State of Georgia shall, with the advice and consent of a majority of the district attorneys, adopt and amend uniform policies, rules, and regulations which shall apply to all state-paid personnel employed by the district attorneys. And then it lists all the many, many, many things you've got that authority to do. So that reads to me like the state of Georgia has delegated to the Prosecuting Attorneys Council, who can only act with the consent of at least a majority of the 50 district attorneys, the power to do these rules, but they're only applying to the state paid employees, which y'all have all designated are maybe less than 50%. And the rules and regulations I'm worried about are ethical behavior of district attorneys and their assistant district attorneys. Mm-hmm. I think every citizen in Georgia ought to have some guarantee, some expectation of what that's going to be, what's proper, what's inappropriate, And who's going to set that up? Because, we're allowing the prosecutors and attorneys council to do it. And all our oversight is at the bottom of this. It said any rule, regulation, or amendment to these shall be presented to the officers of the Judiciary Committee of the House and the Senate. Well, I'm an officer. I'm vice chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee, and I don't remember anybody from PAC ever showing me rules and regulations or changes for me to be advised of. And I guess we don't have power to approve them or disapprove them.
No, sir, you
We're
don't.
just put on notice of them so that if we disagree, if the inmates are running, the asylum here, then we maybe ought to be stepping in here. And that's part of the role of this committee, is to recommend if we need uniform state laws and procedures, ethical boundaries, guardrails, or whatever, or fair pay or whatnot. I'm processing this in my head, how it works. And that's kind of what I'm getting, is that we have delegated it basically to the district attorneys who are acting through PAC.
I would agree. I would agree with that, but I think when the statute was passed, it stopped short of building in any enforcement.
True.
And so I think over the years, the council has taken the position that all we can control is the money, which is a similar position that the county commissions are in, is that their enforcement is the fiscal matter. So the rules, which I did leave out the step there, the council proposes the rule changes, or the staff at PAC proposes a rule change, and it's submitted now electronically for a vote of the DAs. And then if they don't all approve, it was more common to have.
So what if 26 approved? Are all 50 bound by it, or are
Yes.
these non-binding guidelines?
Well, they're as binding as the enforcement power that the council is given.
Which
So
is very limited.
yeah, there's really no, you can talk about, you can cut their money off, but for instance, how do you collect money that's owed? Is the council the entity that is supposed to sue the district attorney to get reimbursed on payment of training expenses that were abused? There's no thought to what goes beyond the finding of impropriety.
Yeah, I wanted to add that one of the ways that PAC, when I came into office, there was a large bill that my office owed. And Pete was very, very kind. But it was understood that if I didn't settle that debt, that all of my spacer employees would be cut off. They weren't going to agree to do that. So we nickel and dimed ourselves to pay that. As the DA of a circuit that is primarily rural, I don't believe I have a whole lot of say at all. And what I mean by that is, just like when we sustained those large cuts in our grant funding that funded our victim advocates, I was just told, right, you're going from a little over 350,000 down to 170. And Pete and the PAC staff will tell you that I had a conniption over it.
Yeah.
All right. I don't have as much influence as one would think as it pertains to HR, budget, money. I just don't. But as to misconduct, as to questionable behavior, and I understand that it is just now getting off the ground, but 15-1832 subsection H outlines 6 different ways, and willful misconduct in office is one of them. Willful and persistent failure to carry out your duties pursuant to 15-18-6. Knowing conduct prejudicial to the administration of justice, which brings the office into disrepute. We now have, in my humble opinion, more guardrails than we've ever had. And I think that was the
statutory or through that council.
that
guardrails.
15-18-32.
Okay.
I will tell this entire committee, and I've told numerous people, I don't work for PAC, and PAC provides a lot of resources. If you look at the legislative intent of why PAC was created, PAC was truly created to be a resource for district attorneys. PAC's influence has expanded in a lot of different ways, from conflict attorneys that they recently took over, training, HR, and you've got the council, you do. But I believe that who holds us accountable is the voters, and also here right now is the oversight bill. And that may, as it continues to roll out, need to be tweaked.
Right.
One of the things that I think should be included in that is assistant district attorneys, not just district attorneys, but assistant district attorneys.
Sure. Any prosecutor, really.
Right. And there's a whole nother subsection, as you know, as it pertains to charging, whether or not to charge a case. And, it outlines the ways in which you might get in hot water for charging a case. If there's a conflict of interest or a financial benefit at hand, so forth. So I think from a statutory standpoint, we're in a better position than we've ever been as a state, as a community, to ensure that DAs are doing what they're supposed to do and not misbehaving.
If I may jump in, Mr. Chairman, and piggyback on what Wright just said, because I think that this is important. I do have a policy and procedures, manual that my employees have to sign when they come and work for me. And it is tailored to my circuit, and it's very detailed. I did that when I became a district attorney, and I think I want to push back a little bit in an extremely respectful way, Mr. Chairman, on the idea that there are those of us out there that aren't doing that. Most of us, Chairman, most of us out here are keeping our head down, doing our jobs, serving the public, trying the cases, moving cases, making sure a case doesn't sit for years and years before a victim finds justice. And I just wanted to fight a little bit for those of us out here who are doing that. And we might be quieter, and you might not hear from us necessarily. And I think that's why it's important that we're sitting in front of you today, because that just means we're working. And so I just wanted to put that out there. And the reality of the budgets that we're operating under and the constraints that we're operating under. I mean, my employees in Spalding County were frustrated because they had to share a box of paper clips. I mean, this is real life stuff that we're fighting for every day. I mean, we fight for every penny that we get to support our employees, yes, but also support the taxpayers and support the citizens of the circuits that we serve. And so I just wanted that to be part of my testimony today, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
That's great. Okay, so
And just to be sure, from a large metro county, I had a policy and procedure manual. It outlined not only procedures like county cars and guns, and so it was partially for liability purposes, but it had a code of conduct, and I would enforce it.
did you feel bound by that? That's a county policy, not your DA.
No, it's a DA policy.
Okay.
Yeah,
Do any of you feel like the county in which you serve can impose any employee policies on you?
They do.
For the county employees, they can.
Right. Okay, and you have this blend of state employees and county employees. Okay. Why would you ever want to treat them differently? You're going to treat your state paid assistant district attorneys differently, the standards of conduct, et cetera, than your county paid?
I didn't. I mean,
do you think the county can impose those duties on you? They're having this battle in Fulton County. The Madam DA in Fulton County says she ain't got to do what Fulton County tells her to do with whistleblowers, with treatment of employees or anything, because she is a constitutional officer. She can set her own darn policies. Do other DAs feel like you're bound by county policies and procedures on employment?
No, I never felt like I was bound by I was bound by my word that I would agree to that my employees would submit to it. And there were times when something came out of the county that I thought was stupid, and I said, we're not going to do that. And I exercised. So, in a way, based on the case law, the district attorney in Fulton County is correct, that they can't, and there's no mechanism in either state law or the case law that allows the county to impose its will on an elected constitutional officer.
Can they make you treat county paid employees in accordance with county's policies, including nepotism, and
No,
they cannot?
no.
Then maybe we need a state law to impose this on you people, so y'all treat our employees fairly. We're paying for all of them, one way or the other. Citizens are,
Well,
either through county funds or state funds.
If I may interject here, just
See, this attention I'm trying to bring out, because there is. Constitutional officers want to run their show and not be told by county governments how to do it. State government's not telling you how to do it. Y'all are saying we're kings, we can do what we want to do. You just got to trust us.
One thing that
right. Can I jump
Marie,
in really quick? Yeah, and answer your question. And because I want to highlight something here, Mr. Chairman, that I think is very important for the commission to understand. I have one county employee. That's it. And that's because she retired from the state and she could not receive state benefits. So I went to Spalding County and begged them to hire her on as a county employee. That's my only county employee. The other ways that they're funded, and I think this is where maybe some confusion comes in, is the rest of mine are state paid, county reimbursed. They're either state paid or they're state paid, county reimbursed, meaning that PAC pays their salary and I reimburse PAC either with grant funding for my victim advocates or my investigators, or with county money that the county gives me to then reimburse PAC. So a lot. So
does that make them a state employee or a county employee?
State employee, sir.
If they're state, so all of your people are state, even if they're paid by the county.
Except for
paid,
one.
County.
Yes.
Okay. I didn't interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for that. I needed to clarify that. So that's how a lot of us operate out here. A lot of us don't have a lot of county employees. So I think this is a more isolated problem than you're going to see across the state, because most of my employees, like I said, are state employees. They receive state benefits, but the county has agreed to reimburse the state for them to have those benefits. It's easier on your smaller counties because they don't have to carry the actual employee. They just give the money over and then the state gets it from them. So I wanted to make that clarification, right? I don't know how many actual county employees you have, but I only have one. So that really wouldn't be, and that happened this year. So that wouldn't be a problem in my circuit.
The issue that, and I hear what you're saying. First I want to tell you, I'm not a king, and my wife reminds me of that on a daily basis. All right. The problem that I have, and I'm fine. Look, I'm fine with whatever. It doesn't bother me. The problem I have is I have 8 counties, and I'll use an example. There are certain holidays where Jones County and Wilkinson County take the holiday, but Greene and Putnam and Hancock County don't. And so if I get 8 counties with 8 different operating and procedures or how employees do, most of my county employees have to sign certain county handbooks and that kind of thing. And I'll tell you, that's the complicating issue. If I had my magic wand, how would this all improve and be great? Is that for the DA's offices to be 100% funded by the state of Georgia. Practically speaking, that would be an astronomical price tag. But that would be a wonderful thing for me in my office, because right now what you're highlighting is why I started to have gray hair. Is I've got 8 county budgets, 8 county sets of county commissioners. I've got the state legislature. I've got PAC. I've got, a lot of people. And when you get a lot of people in the room, it's very difficult at times because they may define things differently. And it's hard to comply with whatever that is. I'll tell you this. I did not fire her. I asked her to resign. My best trial attorney. I asked her to resign because I caught her in a lie. to one of my judges. I will tell you that I personally have had to make a tough decision as it pertains to my employees. I had one test positive for THC, fired her on the spot. There are time and time again where we've got to make tough decisions. I'm certainly fine with oversight, but to have a clear set of directives is what I'm asking. I can only speak for me. What are those directives?
And that's kind of what I'm probing, and I'm playing a little devil's advocate here with y'all. You know, don't perceive me as being antagonistic. I'm very concerned that we don't have any universal, consistent codes of conduct for prosecutors. What are the ethical guidelines? What are the fair expectations of our citizens? And I'm seeing the reason is because, as far as I can tell, they're only bound by the disciplinary rules and ethical guidelines of the State Bar of Georgia that apply to all attorneys. I don't see where PAC has ever enacted any. And what I'm hearing is, even if you do, you can't enforce them. And I'm hearing you also say counties can't enact them on us because we're kings and queens. And I'm saying that joking. You are constitutional officers. You are elected by citizens. Your positions are created by the Constitution. And for good cause, you need to have independence. You know, Senator Jones would agree with me as an ex-solicitor. You don't need us meddling in your business. But as far as ethical guidelines and expectations, what the public deserves so that they can have a feeling that they're going to get fair and impartial treatment in the criminal justice system, which to me is more important than the civil justice system where we're just trying to sue you for money. The criminal system, we're going to put you in jail and take your money as a fine. You ought to have an expectation that the people in there that are prosecuting you and the judges that are ruling over the cases are going to be bound by universally accepted and understood ethical guidelines, and that the guardrails, as we're talking about.
Senator, I had left before the passage of the oversight bill.
Right. It's brand new.
It's
Yeah.
brand new, and I'm hopeful that it will develop into something as robust as the Judicial Qualifications Commission, the JQC, which does enforce ethical and conduct guidelines against judges and has been very successful with it. And I'm hopeful that this age, and now a lot of DAs don't support it, but if you remember back when the JQC started, there were a lot of judges who didn't support it because no constitutional officer willingly submits to a limitation or of the authority they're granted by the Constitution. Nobody wants to do that. So yeah. I'm not arguing against guardrails.
I know, but you're helping flesh out what's an underlying tension, particularly in Fulton County. Can Fulton County impose ethical guidelines on prosecutors?
It would be my opinion, based on the case law, that no, they can't.
And
I want
to highlight, Danny, real quick too, that I just want to reiterate that that's a single county. So for those of us, if you said the county can start implementing their particular restrictions on the district attorney, you got to think I'm over here with Fayette County, who has a very different set of needs than my Pike County or my Upson County people. And I want to reiterate and back right up on something, because I think this is important. When it's budget time, for those of us with multiple counties, I'm going to the Fayette County County Manager, the Spalding County County Manager, Pike County, and Upson County, and I'm meeting with all of them and then presenting to the commissioners that want me to present to them. So I'm getting checked at the state level. I'm getting checked at the county level. I'm getting checked, all over the place. So I know Wright's the same way. So I just want to kind of draw back the lens a little bit from just a single county. Sorry, Danny, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I have been thinking about that as well. So one of the other issues that's come up is procurement guidelines. County personnel guidelines, we just discussed, is about as deep as we can get. We can't solve that problem today, but we can highlight that is a problem. The other is county procurement guidelines. There was an audit done in Fulton County recently, which was highly critical of the district attorney's office. And part of the reason is that the district attorney's office essentially wrote them a letter saying, we've got prosecutorial discretion that allows us to hire any expert witnesses or special prosecutors that we want to. And you can't tell us what to do. And there's some worry in Fulton County that that DA's office has extended that to buying other goods and services, that they don't have to have fair bidding process, procedures in place or whatever, that they can do what they want because they're not bound by those procurement processes, even though they're funding all of that peripheral spend, everything other than salaries. And I'd love any feedback y'all have on that, is what input should or can a county have on you in the procurement policies?
Well, as the former representative of a large county, I would say that I was pretty typical of people of my generation, is that we voluntarily submitted to follow P-card usage guidelines that were promulgated by the county, purchasing rules. And in fact, they have a purchasing department that you just say, I need a computer, and you call them up, and then they do all the bidding and searching for other items. Now, if you ask me under current law, could I have been forced to do that? My answer would be probably not.
Okay. Well, that's what Dexter Bond, and who's kind of the number 2 guy in Bonnie Willis's office, said. He wrote to the auditors in Fulton County and said, the ability to contract these services are left to our own discretion, and no one has the authority to challenge this discretion. Basically, go take a flying leap, Fulton County. I'm going to do what I want with my procurement. And you think legally she's right. You could do that, maybe not politically wise, but
right. I mean, I think legally that under current law, that is a somewhat inartfully put, but correct position. But I think he's right.
okay. So my next one is on special prosecutors, and then I'm going to let Senator Jones ask some questions before we leave this topic. That suits you, Harold, on the special prosecutors. I believe this is under 15, 18, 20, right? You got the code there apparently in front of you too, when hiring the district attorneys and deputy district attorneys and other attorneys, investigators, or whatever, is covered by that code section. And subsection B says, personnel employed by the district attorney pursuant to this code section shall serve at the pleasure of the district attorney. So now we're back to prosecutorial discretion. It makes a whole lot of sense if you're going to hire an expert witness or a prosecutor or whatever, and shall be compensated by the county or counties comprising the judicial circuit. The manner and the amount of compensation to be paid is to be fixed either by a local act or by the district attorney with the approval of the county or counties comprising the judicial circuit. That is being interpreted by Fulton County, that they had the power to approve the $700,000 that Mr. Wade has made, but they weren't allowed to. It's been interpreted by the DA in Fulton County that I'll pay them whatever I want to pay them and hire who I want to pay. Do you guys have views on how that, what checks and balances does a county have in your use of a special prosecutor? Let's talk a little bit about funding for them. How is that ordinarily done? Danny, you've told me, I know PAC has a system in place to provide prosecutors. If you could walk me through how that works, and then I want views of all of you on, is there any check and balance on what a DA does as far as hiring special prosecutors and paying them? And we've got a special prosecutor here in Fulton County that's made 3 times what the DA makes. Wow. And let's just, I'll start with you because you got the seniority.
I have to plead ignorance on the special prosecutor because I never used one in all the time.
In your 40 years, never ever. used a
I
special?
never, my predecessors, I never saw one in the office and I've never used one. So
How about you other guys? Have y'all, other DAs ever used a special prosecutor or know of that being done in
Yes.
counties near you?
So in talking to some of my fellow DAs, it appears to me that at least in smaller offices, there are two ways in which you would see a special prosecutor come in. And one of them is, I say free loosely, it's already paid for by the taxpayer dollars. PAC has a branch within itself of a team of attorneys. Sheila Ross is a special, she's an attorney that goes around the state. She's handling the murder case in Athens of the UGA student, but her specialty is death penalty work. We did not call her in to help us officially with our 2 death penalty cases that we tried over the last 3 years, but we certainly used her as a resource. PAC has an elder abuse prosecutor. They have an animal cruelty prosecutor. They have a RICO specialist. Prosecutors, DAs can contact PAC and at no cost to them request PAC's assistance for additional attorneys within PAC's organization. That's one way.
Are those additional attorneys employed by PAC or are they just at other district attorney's office and developed
No,
expertise?
No, they are within PAC and within PAC's budget, which is separate and apart
So
from the
they've
DA.
got another little pack of attorneys there
Correct.
that are like glorified assistant DAs with specialties.
You still have to swear them in.
a special prosecutor.
I've used it one time officially, and that was on a big RICO case out of Jones County. We brought in a PAC attorney, swore him in. His name was John Reagan. Another way that you will see DAs use special prosecutors is somebody, I don't know if y'all are familiar with the name, but Michael Lambros, and what he specialized, he's not with PAC, but what Lambros does and markets himself as is having a specialty with civil forfeiture proceedings. I've never used him, but he has gone around the state and developed a reputation of having an expertise in that. Some of those cases are very complex, and those district attorneys can either hire him per hour. And I think, again, I've never used him, a percentage of whatever the settlement is on the civil forfeiture. I've never hired somebody, a third party. I can only talk from my experience. If I did that, one, I'd have to have the money, which I don't, to do that. But if I did, it would be somebody that had a special skill set that I myself did not have or did not have within my office. It would be somebody that was very, very experienced at whatever the type case we were prosecuting.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could,
Go right ahead.
if you're talking about special prosecutors as conflict counsel, which is you declare a conflict,
That's a whole different type than what we've talked about so far.
right, independently hired. I want to correct my testimony. I've used conflict counsel.
Tell us what would create a conflict. Give us an example of how you.
For instance, we discovered in an initial investigation that a judge was involved in a criminal activity in the later years of my term. I immediately called GBI to do the investigation, and then prosecuting attorney's counsel, I declared a conflict, which basically
You said you had a conflict.
I had a
because your
conflict
big buddy
because it
was
was a
that judge
judge.
or whatever.
correct. And then they sent employees of prosecuting attorney's counsel, and I swore them in as special assistant DAs. And I've done that
That's done.
maybe
common.
5 times over the 27 years.
Okay, got it. That's a different type of special prosecutor. That's
Right.
a prosecutor provided by PAC if the local DA's office has a conflict.
Correct. But I've never hired an expert prosecutor that is there to be like an assistant DA that has a skill set that like John Floyd is a RICO specialist.
So back to the special prosecutors, PAC also has people that they can provide or recommend if you need special expertise or don't have enough manpower to do
Correct.
that in your office.
And they'll do it through the same, you just request the special prosecutor. And that's something that has developed since I was the chairman, but we were in the process of developing expertise through hiring.
And when you say it's free, you're just saying it's not coming out of your budget. You don't have to go beg counties for money. That is state funded
Correct.
through an appropriation to PAC.
That is correct.
Marie, have you ever used a special prosecutor?
Same. No, I won't belabor the point, Mr. Chairman. No, I've never used one other than through PAC. Right now, PAC is handling a case along with the Attorney General's office in conjunction with my office. But again, that's no cost any additional cost to my county. So no, I've never brought in somebody from the outside. It's always been from PAC. If I had a conflict, for example, a family member was the victim of theft, then another DA's office came in and helped out with that case. But those are the only circumstances where I've used anything like that.
I mean, sometimes in the conflict cases, Pete will ask another DA or
Right.
say me as a retired DA to go on the conflict case.
And on those type of cases, the local DA doesn't have to pay you. You're paid by PAC.
I'm paid by God.
All right. So,
The princely sum of $58 an hour.
all right. That's, you should work in Fulton County. Couldn't resist. All right. What time we got? Senator Jones, would you like to ask some questions now or take a break? All right, I'm going to turn the mic over to Senator Harold Jones, who has the privilege as minority member to ask questions as well. And I'm going to let him flesh out. If we can limit it to the subject matters that we've covered so far, then we'll take us a lunch break and come back. And I really do want to talk about special grand juries before we let you guys go. And there may be other topics, and Senator Jones, you can confer with me too. We'll, while we have this brain power here before us, let's utilize them. All right.
Thank you.
Floor is yours.
I just only had a couple, Mr. Chair. One of them was, other than total state funding, has there been any conversation about changing the formula that we use on funding you guys from a state perspective? Because if you're basing it on the number of judges, you get the ADA on number of judges, which is based on their workload assessment, which is to me, very flawed about how that process works, which then is going to impact the number of people that you have. Have you guys had any internal conversation about changing that kind of formula, how we would do that to get you more people?
I can't speak for everybody. There's 50 DAs and PAC. I would welcome that. I know that there's been sidebar conversations. There's been some conversations in DA meetings. I think that the structure, I'm only speaking for me, the structure that you speak of is outdated and certainly needs to be revisited.
During the time that I was working, that was the chairman of PAC and was working with PAC, there were several proposals that were floated by some of the committees or some of the leading members of the legislature. And there was not a lot of interest. So what we've traditionally done is work within the framework of the scheduling or the numbers, the formula, so to speak, and try and raise DA salaries or raise assistant DA salaries and obtain more people under the formula.
I want to add to that, that right now, starting salary on the state scale for assistant district attorneys is at $58,000. And so I just heard one of my fellow DAs in the back of my head want to point that out, because if y'all were to give us more positions, we would gladly take them and be thankful for that. But I think we also have to understand, again, going back to Irwinton, Georgia, who wants to come to Irwinton, Georgia for $58,000 when they got $100,000 in student debt? So part of that and trying to figure out how to work this is going to be the competitive pay piece. And yes, I've got attorneys right now that are sitting there with 200 cases apiece. And it's just, when you have that kind of caseload, it's very difficult to provide the services that we want to provide, that y'all want us to provide, and the time. I walked in yesterday and watched one of my advocates spend over an hour on a misdemeanor case with a victim. And she's got hundreds of cases herself. So there's just a lot there to unpack.
Absolutely. Anyone else? My second question was, it seemed like District Attorney Porter, when you were talking about the +2, you mentioned about not actually wanting a position because the way it was going to be structured or kind of restricted, it seemed like the juvenile position. Would you like to see any kind of loosening on those restrictions, whether it's a drug court prosecutor, juvenile prosecutor, or maybe not, or just give you a +2 and let you guys determine how you want to use that +2 from that standpoint? So you wouldn't have to say, I don't want the position because the restrictions are just going to stop me from doing what I want to do.
I think in certain circumstances, it would probably be better just to allocate a position, an assistant district attorney position, so that the district attorney, but you always have to guarantee that the drug court is staffed and that that was the interest of the legislature. The drug court is staffed, the juvenile court is staffed as adequately as the state provides. And so I think it's hard not to, because some, with the juvenile court, for instance, some counties had to get a juvenile court started in order to qualify for the position. So they had to create a juvenile court because it wasn't in the county. Some circuits had to. So I'm not sure that loosening any restrictions would accomplish what DAs need to do on the ground.
Okay. And then my last one was, all of you had mentioned about the funds being cut for the victim services from the federal government. What was the rationale for that? Or did you even get a rationale?
As I understand it, and I want to first say, don't quote me specifically on this, but the money we were receiving from the federal government came from fines and fees from U.S. attorneys' offices prosecuting certain cases. And I believe it was tied primarily to white collar cases. And because those fines and fees have shrunk, the money that's available has shrunk. That would, again, to get really into the weeds and get the best answer to you, would need to be a question directed at Pete Scandalakis.
Because I believe the forfeitures were already included.
Well, we can't use forfeiture money for salaries.
But if the feds cycle it through the grant process,
Right.
that may negate that.
Correct.
But that also brings up, there is a fourth source for some DAs, and that's forfeiture money. And that there are restrictions, there are reporting restrictions, there are spending restrictions that are codified in state law. And some DAs get a tremendous amount of forfeiture money and some don't, and it varies.
But that cannot go towards salaries.
You can't use it for some.
But there have been times where that forfeiture money, unfortunately, has not been spent correctly, in my humble opinion. It's got to be for training, supplies, vehicles. But now a vehicle doesn't mean a Range Rover. I mean, a vehicle means something practical. That's my opinion.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Senator Jones. We're going to take a lunch break, and we have lunch provided down in the Senate mezz, which is down the stairs right at back entrance. If you would please give preference to committee members, witnesses, and my favorite court reporter first, but others, press, and those in attendance are welcome to partake. So those of you that are here, we're gonna break now. I think we'll be back here. Let's just call it, what time we got now? 12:20 now. Let's try to circle back in here 1 o'clock or very shortly after. I know you've had a long day, right? Don't want it to keep you here too long, and I appreciate the time of everybody. We'll reconvene very close to 1, and my intention is we should wrap up the presentations by the district attorneys within 30 minutes max after that. And then we have Representative Misha Maynor is also going to be testifying with us this afternoon. Thank you. We'll be in recess until 1 o'clock. Had enough of a break, trickle on back in as you will, and we'll pick back up where we left off. I had a couple of other areas I wanted to make sure to get your professional insight on, and the one would be the use of special grand juries. I've had some conversations with all three of you offline, and I'd like to know if any of you have ever used that process, what it was intended for, what's the legal authority for it. If you could just give me a little insight on the use of special grand juries, that's something that I had not been familiar with before the prosecutions in Fulton County on the election interference cases. So I'd love to be educated a little bit about how those work and what's the authority for them, and are they commonly used? Have any of you used them? Okay.
Mr.
Okay,
Chairman,
I'm gonna-
if I could make one clarification, excuse me, before we change topics. My assistant called me
Sure.
over the lunch break, and that's why we have assistants. When we were discussing oversight, I was thinking about attorneys. I only have one county attorney, and that's in Spalding County. Fayette County does have 9 of my administrative staff members that they do have. So I wanted to make that clarification for the record.
Okay.
And to answer your
I get-
question, in
Yeah,
short,
we'll
no.
start with you on the use of special grand juries.
All right, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I don't have much to offer on the topic because I've never done it. My predecessor didn't, and I don't believe our predecessor before him, Scott Ballard, ever did. So I will defer to Mr. Barksdale and Mr. Porter because I've never used one, and I don't believe it's ever been done in my circuit.
Do you know of any circumstances where that would be appropriate or where you've considered using?
In short, no.
Okay. How does the general grand jury process work? Do they convene, on a monthly basis or for each term of court? How do you utilize grand juries, the standard method?
So a grand jury in my circuit is convened statutorily once every term. In my circuit, we have 2 terms. The grand jury, 2 terms a year. The grand jury hears certain cases that are set by statute, and they exist to serve as a check really on the power of the prosecutor and the police. And if they determine by a vote that a case should move forward along the process, it's a true bill. If not, it's a no bill. I will highlight again the difference in my 4 counties. In Spalding County, we convene a grand jury almost every month because we have a lot of cases there. That's my heaviest caseload throughout the circuit. In Fayette, it's about every other month. Sometimes it's once a month. It just depends. In Upson, it's only a few times a month. And in Pike, we only have grand jury twice a year unless something occurs where I need to put something for the grand jury, for example, a murder. So I only have 90 days to get an indictment from the grand jury or to have the grand jury hand down an indictment. So if a serious matter occurs and I don't want that person to be eligible for bond, we will recall the grand jury and have them return and have them hear that case and any other particular cases. But really, it depends on how busy the county is and what we have going on in that particular county as to how many times we recall them. But statutorily, I have one in the March term and I have one in the September term.
So let's say you got your March term. How do they come in, like once a week, or that in Athens, Clark County, they if you're selected to be a grand juror, my wife was one once, they would meet, every Wednesday or Thursday morning. They had a date that was most convenient for the grand jurors, and presentments would be made to them really weekly. It seemed like they went 4 to 6 weeks. Or do you just have them all come in one day and do your business, and then they're recalled if you have new cases?
That's exactly right. So we know in Spalding County that we're going to recall them every month. So we have a recall date in mind for the next month. But yes, the first time they all come in, we present our cases to them. And then if we need to recall them, we recall them. We don't do once a week. It's just a different circuit. It's monthly in Fayette and Spalding, which are a little bit busier. And then in Upson, we'll recall as needed, but it normally is, like I said, a few times a year. And then Pike, it's normally only twice.
Okay. Mr. Barksdale, you have anything to add on your use of grand juries or special grand juries?
we've never used a special grand jury. And to my knowledge, Stephen Bradley, who's the DA before me, never used one. I will say that, and I know that Mr. Porter's don't get into the technicalities of this, or I anticipate he will, but the difference between a grand jury and a special grand jury is that a grand jury, we can get a judge to give us an order, a reconvene order, and we can have them every Monday. We can have them every day of the week if we want to. But a special grand jury, as it's outlined in 15-12-100, we are not the only one that can have a special grand jury or seek a special grand jury. The chief judge on his own motion, the district attorney can petition the chief judge, or any elected public official of the county or municipality can petition the chief judge to have a special grand jury. And if I misstate something, let me know. But once the DA makes that petition to the chief judge then goes to all the Superior Court judges, and they take a vote of whether or not to move forward. And it's the majority. So if the majority of the Superior Court judges give the green light, then it moves forward. So it's a little bit different in how that operates. And I only say that to say it is extremely rare from what I understand. I've talked to a lot of DAs, and leading up to today's testimony, very few of them have even thought about using it. And it's a process that requires the cooperation or support of that bench, the Superior Court bench.
Well, that's kind of what my thought had been, is why would you need a special grand jury when you got them statutorily the same creature that's coming in every term of court anyway, that you can use, unless it was something that came up outside of the term of court, or, it seemed like to me that procedure was mostly for non-DAs
So
to use, since you already have your own grand juries.
well, what we'll just call a regular grand jury, we have used that before to subpoena witnesses in cases to testify about a particular case. Normally, what happens is law enforcement, whoever makes a case, will testify, provide 5-10 minutes worth of testimony. But there have been, and it's rare, but there have been times that we've subpoenaed other people, and some of them may have not cooperated with law enforcement's investigation.
You have the power to subpoena witnesses to a regular grand jury.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
The grand jury has the power. They issue the subpoena.
Right.
We have to request the chair, the foreperson to ask them. Now, we do the paperwork and we provide the document, but we have to ask them to issue it.
Does that include out-of-state witnesses?
That it gets a little trickier at that point, because it's the Interstate Act on the securing of witnesses talks about criminal charges, and at that point there might not be any criminal charges. It might just be in the grand jury. So it's still up in the air whether a grand jury can subpoena people from out of state.
Okay.
I know there've been some recent rulings where courts have ruled that they can, but I don't know that there's a final decision yet.
All right. Mr. Barksdale, I interrupted you.
No, the last thing I'm going to say about this, and this I can only speak for myself about this. It's rare that it's used, and quite frankly, now, Mr. Porter's don't disagree. He's used it, but and I know he's don't disagree, and there's going to be other DAs that disagree with me. But as the district attorney, if you look at my duties, my duty is not to play law enforcement. And one of my sheriffs, that's a good friend of mine, he said, you worry about being the DA. You're not the sheriff. You're not the police chief. You're not the GBI. And what I mean by that is I could care less if you just completely did away with 15-12-100. And I mean that. We don't use it. And we as DAs and prosecutors need to focus on prosecuting cases that we receive from law enforcement.
That's what your sheriff meant, is he will bring you the cases and you decide.
Don't
on your
blur the
discretion.
Well, look at the duties that are outlined by statute that I have. I don't have the ability to arrest people or investigate people. Whether it's financially, my one investigator's behind me for 8 counties. So my opinion, and only my opinion, is, you know, it's not being used, and to me, it blurs the line between a district attorney and law enforcement.
Porter?
I think I would disagree, and certainly wouldn't advocate for repeal of the statute. There is some clarification to the statute, but it's mostly because of cases that we did, and it's mostly to restrict the state. Because if you actually read the statute, and Mr. Barksdale is exactly right on how it is convened. I used a grand jury, a special purpose grand jury in 2009. And this was after the collapse of the economy. And so Gwinnett County was always a big builders county. In other words, they were the fastest growing county in the country for years. Most of that was residential growth. So a lot of people got into the development business. They bought up land. They built houses on them. And for a long time, everyone they could build, someone would buy. Well, as the economy began to collapse in 2008, you guys had to deal with furloughs for employees and budget cuts. Gwinnett was dealing with the same thing. And what was happening is that the developers who were stuck with these parcels of land would approach their commissioners. And there were several things going on with the commissioners, but the primary thing that I investigated is that the commissioner would propose that the piece of property the developer was stuck with, that the county would buy it and make a park out of it. So Gwinnett has several little pocket parks that are literally in the middle of neighborhoods or used to be were set up for neighborhoods. And so there were 3 out of the 5 commissioners were involved in it because they were getting paid to do it. And unfortunately, there was a tradition in Gwinnett called district courtesy. So if District 1 commissioner proposes a purchase, the other commissioners basically would approve it. They'd say, they approved it, we'll approve it. So a lot of these land deals went through without any real examination. And it was even despite some of the recommendations of the county staff that we don't need another park. We don't. And so I had been hearing about this, and I knew that the county police couldn't investigate it. First of all, they didn't have the expertise. And second of all, I talked to Mr. Keenan, who was the director of the GBI, and he said he didn't have the manpower to take the investigation over, but that he would send some agents to help me. And so he sent a couple of agents over. And with my investigators, who by statute have the same powers as deputy sheriffs, we all worked on it. And when it came time, we're in a little bit different position because our terms of court are 3 months long. And we run 2 grand juries at a time. They meet in alternating weeks. So grand jury 1 meets on Wednesday and grand jury 2 meets the next Wednesday. And they meet on that schedule every 2 weeks for 6 months. And so, and we've got a full day for them every day. So I knew I couldn't we had 9 land transactions, and I knew the grand jury, with everything else they had to do, could not concentrate on this and finish it within their term of court, because that's another important distinction. The general grand jury has sort of general authority of cases that are brought before it and civil matters that are required by law. That's their job, is to listen to those cases. A special purpose grand jury, and then at the end of the term of court, they dissolve. They just disappear. They have no authority. So the special grand jury, in order to get one, you have to show the chief judge that there is a specific act, which in my case, I allege that was illegal, that warrants a special purpose grand jury because I would need more than a term of court to investigate it. And that's how I wrote up the order. And that not only is how you get authorization, but it also limits the grand jury to the parameters of what's approved.
So is that the main reason if an investigation is going to take longer than the term of standard term of court in whatever your jurisdiction is?
That's what I believe it is,
Okay.
because when you go back and look, and there's not much history on it. I can't tell you the origin of the statute.
Very rarely used though.
Oh, absolutely. I know that. I know that there have been a couple of other DAs during my time that have used one, but not. And I think.
You're talking a couple other times in 40 years.
Yes. For instance, I think that the Atlanta school cheating scandal was done by a special purpose grand jury, and
Okay.
for the same reasons. In our circuits, the terms are so short that you have a big, huge case like that. The special purpose grand jury is the ideal tool because they will convene once you've convinced the judges that it's the tool, and then they won't adjourn. They'll tell you when they're done. They write a letter to the judge and say, we've completed our investigation, and they issue a presentment.
Okay. Because
I thought they issued indictments because the statute actually says they have the same powers and duties
Right.
as a grand jury, but the Court of Appeals said, no, that's not
so
true.
they don't even have the power to issue an indictment. They just investigative bodies.
That's what it's devolved to. Yeah.
Because what the one on the election interference case, you know, they didn't issue indictments, but they made recommendations for indictments.
That's what's the evolution.
And they weren't followed. I mean, only a limited portion of them were targeted for indictment, and however many other people, I've heard as high as 60. You know, the DA didn't accept their recommendation.
Well, they're just like DA, or excuse me, grand jury presentments are not binding on the district attorney. They're recommendations of a citizens panel that, so if the DAs, they're not binding on county commissioners either. For instance, I don't know how many years in a row I had a regular grand jury recommend that court bailiffs' salaries.
So those are
Be
presentments as distinguished from an indictment.
Correct.
Okay.
And what is issued by a special purpose grand jury is in the form of a presentment, and
Okay.
that makes recommendation.
All right. So in your case, when you were investigating corruption in Gwinnett County, did your special purpose grand jury indict those
Yes.
local county commissioners?
Yes.
Okay. So, because this one seems kind of weird that Ms. Willis said, hey, y'all look at this evidence and give me your suggestion, your recommendation, whether I should indict anybody. And
Which is what Kennerly versus the state, which is the
Okay.
case that blew my indictments out of the water, almost basically tells us what we have to do.
Yeah.
We have to say, make a recommendation.
So it sounds to me like it's kind of weird. I mean, an assertive DA knows who they want to indict, and they just go present their evidence to a grand jury, and they say you can, indict a ham sandwich. It's a one-sided coin. You're the only person presenting evidence, and sort of hard to not get your way if you're just showing the evidence that's criminal intent.
I always had a huge respect for the grand jury process based on where it comes from. It's historical precedents.
Right.
And so there were two things I never did. One was I never took a case that I didn't think I could prosecute, but I was afraid to talk to the victims, and took it into the grand jury and got a no bill on it, and then went to the victims and went, I tried. And because I think they pay me to make that decision. The second thing I never did was try and convince a grand jury to indict someone where I didn't have the evidence. And so I'm not sure that's what's happening. I'm not sure that now I know how to present a case that is pretty compelling, and I would present that in the grand jury, but I think they're entitled to know both the good and the bad of your case.
Yeah. I wasn't even sure special grand juries were created for district attorneys because they already have their grand jury. They can do it. Because when you read the language, it says the chief judge of the Superior Court on his own motion or petition of any elected public
Right.
official of any county. It doesn't say or petition of a DA because they don't need this power. They've already got the power. The only reason I've heard you say that
Right.
that you might need it is because of the length of time they could convene if you need it to be longer than
And
a
they
term
could
of
be,
court.
they could be focused on one subject matter rather than the normal. We would present 800 or 900 cases a term.
Yeah, but you had
in the
two
grand
grand
jury,
juries, so
right.
you could have said, grand jury A, I'm gonna present you public corruption case only, and I'm gonna use
I could have.
B for everything else, but you needed more than the month or 2 months, 3 months, whatever that term was in Gwinnett at the
Right,
time.
right.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. Property analysis and trying to get people in to testify about what they did in a land deal with the county. It probably took we were in session for a year, a
Okay.
little over a year.
So as a DA, you can subpoena witnesses to come to court in the trial of any matter, right? Can you subpoena witnesses to a grand jury, whether regular or special grand jury, or is it only the grand jurors themselves that can do that?
The law says only grand jurors do
Okay.
it, but normally what happens is if for the routine case, the DA's office will decide and will issue a grand jury subpoena for someone to appear.
In a routine case, but the grand jury has to sign off on that or not? No.
They don't have to see every single one. They, it's just like they can delegate the authority to swear witnesses in. You usually do that in the beginning when they come
So
in the first day.
in most cases, you don't even have to swear your, prosecuting officers, GBI, state troopers, they're coming voluntarily to present, right or wrong. I mean, if you're trying to convict me of drug trafficking or possession of drugs, and the officer says he caught me with them, do you have to subpoena that officer to come, or is he going to come and hope he can?
We would subpoena all of them because it would allow us, if they avoided it for whatever reason, it would allow us to invoke disciplinary proceedings within their agency.
All right.
Normally,
Just to compel their cooperation with you.
well, to backstop their cooperation.
Okay. So what was the outcome of your case? You get your indictments? Did that special grand jury indict the public officials?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, we turned one of the cases over to the feds and they convicted that commissioner of bribery and corruption. I convicted one of bribery and then I convicted another one of perjury.
Let me ask you this. Did you cut deals with witnesses to come testify in front of grand juries? I mean, can you promise them immunity from prosecution if they assist you in obtaining the indictment?
The DA has to go to a judge to get a grant of immunity. A grant of immunity issued by a district attorney would technically not hold up in court, I don't think, because the judicial, they have to be granted a judicial immunity. All I could guarantee is I'm not going to prosecute you.
Yeah. Well, so bunch of people testified into the special grand jury on election interference, and a whole bunch of them didn't get indicted. How would you know if any deals were cut with those witnesses in exchange for them testifying against others?
I think the only, I don't know for certain, and I'm the only way that I can think of is would be brought up by defense counsel in the trial of one of the people who was indicted, and then try and get witnesses to testify to that.
Yeah, I know in a trial of a criminal case, if somebody testifies against my client,
right,
I'm entitled to know if they've been granted immunity to do that.
or any other deal,
Or any other plea bargain deal or whatever.
correct.
But I don't know if you have that same right if that person doesn't testify against you in trial, but they did testify to assist the prosecutor in a grand jury and they just never got indicted and didn't get called to testify at trial. Do you know the answer to that?
No.
Okay.
I'm not sure there is an answer yet. Well, when I say an answer, a definitive answer from the appellate courts of.
A lot of accusations that that was done in this case, and that's one reason why many of the people that the grand jury recommended be indicted were not indicted, because they were rewarded for testifying to that grand jury. And it helped lead to the indictment, but they may not use them in the trial of the case. I just wondered.
I can't comment on that. I don't know that's to be true, and I don't know what you're saying about revealing the deal, so to speak.
Good.
I don't know if that's required by law or not.
Okay. Anybody else got a opinion or anything responsive to that for me? All right. Any further explanation of the whole special grand jury process or recommendations how we could improve it or streamline it or eliminate it or broaden it? Do you guys live in that world?
Having used one successfully in a corruption prosecution, I think the special purpose grand jury serves a purpose in a limited number of cases, and those cases would be something like my corruption case with multiple alleged acts of corruption. I think it would be valuable in organized crime cases. I think that there are certain gang cases it would be useful for. Certain RICO prosecutions, but what's clear to me is that the code section on special purpose grand juries doesn't really tell us anything. It was certainly within a legal possibility that when the statute itself says same powers and duties as a grand jury, that I could believe that they could indict and the case law corrected that. I think there are corrections that need to be made in the statute. And
I would love your input offline to me about that, as that's within the scope of this committee's call.
okay.
But
I think it's an incredibly useful tool, particularly for circuits that have short terms of court.
Did you have a special prosecutor guide that grand jury investigation in your case?
I thought I was pretty special, but it was me. But no, I did not have a outside.
So
counsel.
the next code section 1512-101 calls for the supervision of a special grand jury by a presiding judge. Do you have that type of supervision of a regular grand jury?
Yes, judges have.
So judges have to be there one way or the other.
Judges have to be available to the grand jury, not supervised.
So they're not like sitting there presiding over it. They just, if the question arises, they can be called upon.
Correct.
Like compel attendance of somebody that's been subpoenaed.
That would be
Yeah,
that would be
sure.
one of them. That would be something that they would take care of.
Okay. All right. I also have questions, and this will be my last topic, and I'll turn it over to Senator Jones, is whether or not a district attorney is subject to the Open Records Act. Can you be required to respond to open records
I believe
requests?
I believe you could. I always did.
Same.
I
I mean,
respond.
yeah, we respond to open records requests. Yes.
I responded to 2 yesterday. One was relatively easy. The second one is on a death penalty case from 2006 with enough banker boxes to fill a table a couple of times over. And the difficult thing, and this is just not unique to DAs, but sometimes we get these, in my humble opinion, as a harassment tactic. We don't have the staff to sit there and devote a week and a half to copy boxes and boxes of materials. And I understand we can charge for it. And I also practice an open file policy as it pertains to attorneys. I mean, we go above board there. I know that we are subject to open records requests. We are.
You don't think your constitutional officer status eliminates that requirement?
No.
Okay.
I believe as a district attorney that we are to make ourselves accessible, but also you should see some of these open records requests we get. I'd love to get the opportunity to sit down and try to refine that law. Because quite frankly, it is financially it's financially cumbersome and expensive at times, and the resources that go into complying with that take away from what our main duties are.
Okay. Marie, you have any thoughts on that?
I mean, I agree with,
Open-
right. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I agree 100%. I have a staff person assigned in each county to respond to open records requests, and some of them that come in are, as Wright said, very cumbersome. We do respond to them. And a lot of times, similar to Wright, I will say, you know, if it's too broad, I will ask the person to narrow down what exactly they're looking for. What is it that you actually want? Because I don't think that you want to pay for one of my staff members to copy the entire file for you, especially in a death penalty case that has bankers boxes of information. So sometimes they'll come in and review and say, I want this, this, and that. We try to work with people that want information as best we can. I try my best to be as transparent as I can possibly be within the confines of the law, especially when it comes to cases like child molestation. Of course, you want to protect the victim as much as you possibly can. So that is again, we respond to them. They can be cumbersome. I can tell you my staff members that are assigned to doing it absolutely hate it with a fiery burning passion. But I believe it's our duty to do so. So we do it.
Senator Jones, you're recognized for any questions on these subject
Thank you.
matters. We'll save you a little time at the end.
I just had one quick clarification with District Attorney Porter. You had mentioned about with the case that you had that Vernon Keenan didn't have the manpower. And did you also say that special grand jury could be used because there might be a lack of expertise on somebody who's trying to investigate a case?
No.
Okay.
I thought both between the FBI agent or the GBI agents that were sent, they sent a financial investigator and another investigator. And my staff, where I had a white collar crime expert, an attorney and an investigator, between us, we had the expertise to analyze the land deals. What we didn't have was manpower to go out and interview all the witnesses.
And that's when a special grand jury was able to come in and that.
But the primary thing was I knew once we started gathering up all the land deals, we were going to need more than 2 months.
Sure.
Two or 3 months. The terms changed. We were going to have longer than that. We were going to need longer than that to look into this.
And did you say that took a year?
Took a little over a
A
year.
little over a year. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I wanted to respond to one of your questions. Is your question was a hypothetical? Could I take grand jury A, let
Right.
them do the regular, and do
Grand jury B to handle all those
do
other indictments.
have that do the land deal, and B to do all the other stuff. The load on these grand juries, I mean, the 2 grand juries combined in a 6-month term would hear about 800 cases apiece.
Hmm.
So what you're suggesting would ask me to take these poor citizens in B, meet them every Wednesday and bury them in 8 and 8 is 1,600 cases for that term of court. So
Instead, you buried them for a whole year.
those
Those
folks,
same people had to
I
keep
buried
coming,
a different group of the same people. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Chairman, when
Yeah.
you read that second statute, there
Yeah,
are
yeah.
some people out there.
The one about supervision by the
Yes.
judge, yeah.
I don't know that I share this opinion, but there are people I've talked to that believe that the supervision lies in the hands of the judge. and that the DA has no authority to supervise that.
Okay.
If you read that, I understand there's varying interpretations, and I think what we're taking away more than anything is these two statutes, it's unclear and there needs to be some cleanup work
Yeah.
on both of them.
Well, we didn't mention there's a third one. 1512-102 says this only applies to counties and consolidated city county governments with a population of 70,000 or more. And so I'm sitting here thinking, it says counties, it doesn't say circuits.
Mhm.
Why should only, a few counties in our state have the ability to use this technique, and all the other people in the hinterlands couldn't use a special grand jury if they wanted to, if you ask me, because of the applicability of 1512-102. And I don't know whether that's good or bad. Maybe that is, but this is
I don't
something
know
that
I don't know what, like I
your
said,
Gwinnett was more than 70,000
Right.
even back then. So,
right. So I don't know, and I don't know the origin of that.
yeah.
I mean, I did a lot of research on that statute, but I don't know where it came.
I rather suspect that it was to give the judges a tool to do their own investigations, or other county officials where the DA wouldn't investigate or had no interest in whatever it was on was doing. And I'm not so sure this wasn't for, like, when you would see grand juries investigate the county jail functions or operations of local government,
If you
things
go-
like that.
If you go, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
No, go right ahead.
If you go back to the cases that are cited in the statute, they deal with primarily two things. One is a Bainbridge newspaper that wanted the presentments of a special purpose grand jury, but the other thing they talk about is a special purpose grand jury looking into the Phoebe Putney hospital
Yeah.
issues that were all down in Albany.
That's the kind of thing I was thinking, and probably the DA wasn't after Phoebe Putney. It may not have even been a criminal investigation, but it may have been that the county commission wanted to see, are we adequately serving our indigent population or whatever? I'm just making that up,
But
Okay.
I know there was a big investigation of that hospital.
Well, before I release all three of you, I had conversations with you offline and whatnot, and I wondered if you had any insights or thoughts or opinions as to some of the reported, I don't know whether you want to call them inconsistencies or behaviors of the DA in Fulton County. That's within the scope of this committee's investigation. Any observations, thoughts, voluntary comments? I'm not going to provoke you or ask you to say anything or give you a leading question, but I thought this is your venue. If there's anything you'd want to add, Mr. Porter, you've been quoted in the Atlanta Journal on two or three things. I think the Young Slime Life case, some of the activities there, and of course, we've had court opinions, and there's a pending court case on some of the, the relationship of Mr. Wade and Fonnie Willis. I'm just curious if any of you as DAs have thoughts about the conduct in this particular county or other DA conduct that you think we need to consider legislation for.
Mr. Chairman, as sort of the senior person here, I worked with district attorneys in the state, not only as a fellow district attorney, but as a member of as a president of the District Attorneys Association, and as a member of the Prosecuting Attorneys Council and the chairman of the Prosecuting Attorneys Council. And I can say from dealing with all of those prosecutors, almost, with the exception of a very few, that they fit into a simple mold, is that they are true believers. They work every day. They stay extra hours. They make do with less to prosecute people who commit crimes and hurt and steal from the people of the state. Now, to let the behavior of a few that may or may not be correct, it's, I think, to be determined from a legal standpoint. It certainly doesn't give an appearance that's great, but if it's proper legally, then that needs to change. But to let the behavior of those folks spread a stain across every prosecutor in the state, I think would be a huge disservice. to folks like these folks. These are the younger generation, and these folks do the same thing. They're true believers, and they want to do right by the citizens of their county. And I just want to make that clear on the record.
Right.
And I think the other things that you mentioned, that's gonna roll out in the wash, and it will be either upheld or exposed, and I'm confident that the system is capable of doing that.
Marie, you got something?
Sure, I'll echo those sentiments. And I think one thing that I just want to make very clear to this committee and to anybody that's watching is I am proud to serve the citizens of the Griffin Judicial Circuit and their role as district attorney. It makes me proud because we do very difficult work. What people don't understand is that me and my staff see the worst of the worst on a daily basis. We see children that are brutally harmed. We see horrific murders. We see armed robberies, human trafficking, gang cases, gang violence that destroys communities. We see this and we confront it head on. And I cannot agree more with what you said, Danny. And just to echo this sentiment, there are most of us out here just keep our head down and do the hard work that we do every day. And I'm so appreciative of my staff, and I'm so appreciative of my DAs that serve alongside me. And even though, I'll say it again, even though we might be quiet, it doesn't mean that we don't care and that we aren't working. And I don't want this committee or the legislature or the public to lose sight of the very important work that we do. I really appreciate you allowing me to be here, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the work that you're doing.
All right, Barksdale.
I guess what I'll end with are 2 points. One, kind of piggybacking off what's already been said, the majority of the DAs are doing great work. I'm not going to talk about specifics, but I will tell you this. I've been DA for 3.5 years, and in that 3.5 years, I've seen Republicans and Democrats alike do questionable things. And where we are right now as a profession of 50 DAs, 50 prosecutors, is we've got the public looking at us with a jaundiced eye at times. And it's not fair to the majority of us that are trying our very best to do what we can to keep our community safe. The climate that we are in right now, it makes it difficult at times to get the resources that we need, because we have committees like we are sitting in right now testifying about different things. I've had conversations with representatives and senators that seem apprehensive about giving us more resources when we desperately need them because of some of the questionable things that they've seen. I don't know what's true and what not's true, but I do know this. I open up the AJC and I hear quotes about rogue prosecutors. And as somebody that spent my entire career working for the people of Middle Georgia in the Oklahoma Judicial Circuit, it infuriates me. The last thing I'll tell you, this committee, is we need your help. We need your help making sure that we've got guidelines in place and so forth. But Georgia, and I'm partial here, and I think we all agree on this, is a lot better than Alabama and a lot better than Tennessee, South Carolina, North Carolina, and Florida. We have got to support these offices. We have got to do it. You've heard of the complexities of our budgets and how I've got 8 counties, and you've heard from Danny Porter about a metro office. Everything comes back to one thing. We have got to be more competitive. We've got to have the funding to do this work. And as always, we appreciate everything that each one of you do for the people of this state. And if there's anything that I or my colleagues can do to help make this a better place to live, please call us.
Senator Jones, you're recognized. Any follow-ups?
Mr. Chair, I don't have any follow-up. Just a quick point. I want to thank everybody for coming. But I would also say this, that no matter what the size of your office is, most likely within your area, whether we're talking about within Gwinnett or Fulton or your area, you guys are basically, so to speak, managing partners of probably the largest law firm within your county. but you have the most important business of any of those law firms. And that we definitely want to make sure that we continue to support you. And I don't think people look at it that way. You have all these different law firms and things. They have the largest law firms probably in every single county that they're in, with the most support staff, most attorneys, but they have the greatest job, which is protect the citizens of the state. And no one should be looking down upon prosecutors or DAs or solicitors. I always have affinity for solicitors about anything that's been in the news for any particular reason, because you guys could do this for much more based on your experience and what you're doing, what you bring to the table. And the same thing goes for your staff, because quite frankly, no lawyers out there have the kind of trial experience that a prosecutor is going to bring to the table. So everybody that is doing that for the right reason. And I did want to bring that out. And because when you mentioned that you sometimes looked at with a jaundiced eye, I can tell you this much, as far as this former prosecutor is concerned in state senator, there's no jaundiced eye. And whatever I can do to make sure to continue that, I certainly would do that. I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, and thank all of you for appearing for us today. I would welcome from you, either if you want to come back with any specifics, or you can submit them to me or the Secretary of the Senate. We have a website open for suggestions for any amendments or changes to our laws that would help restore and instill public confidence in the criminal justice system, of its fairness and impartiality. And if you feel like there needs to be amendments to the special prosecutor law, to the special grand jury law, to the ethical guidelines and guardrail, so to speak, for prosecutorial conduct, please submit that to us as we wrap our work up this fall. Thank you so much. Thank you. Misha Maynor, present. We have one last witness, Representative Misha Maynor. Her attorney is Mario Williams. He's here, I know, somewhere. There you go. How are you?
Afternoon.
Glad you could make it.
Yes.
I'll let Mr. Williams come sit with you. We always will allow anybody testifying in this committee to be represented by counsel or assisted by counsel. I'm going to need you to raise your right hand as I swear you in. You swear the testimony you will give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, please introduce yourself to the committee.
Okay, I know most of you. I am Representative Misha Maynor. I serve the great state of Georgia, and I am the proud mother of two girls, a 12-year-old and an 18-year-old. And unfortunately, I'm also the victim of stalking, not just myself, but my family as well. And as a victim, on behalf of all the other victims in the state of Georgia, I'm fighting for myself and them to make sure that our systems are doing what they should to protect women.
Right. Tell us a little bit about your incident and whether the accused has been prosecuted.
So, yes, the accused spent 1 year in jail. Part of that year was not because he was sentenced and he pled nolo eventually, but he was found guilty. Part of the reason he was in jail for a year, though, is because he continued to contact me with a restraining order in place. And the justice system had to basically let Fulton County know that they needed to do an emergency bond revocation to lock him up so he would leave me alone, basically. So he was in jail for part of that time because he was not abiding by the restraining order. And then I believe he wanted to go to court, essentially. And at the very end, he was given a plea deal, and I was not involved in that whatsoever.
And do you feel like you should have been involved in that?
The law says that I was supposed to be involved with that.
And in what county was he prosecuted?
Fulton County.
When was this chronologically? Was this
Oh, gosh.
years and years ago or 6 months ago?
It started in 2019. And, I want to say here today, just last month, I had to call the police because this man reached out to my 18-year-old daughter. So this has been an ongoing issue for me. He was released in 2021. No, 2020. It gets so confusing. I'm sorry because it's been so long, but once he was released, he immediately began stalking me again. There was an incident here at the Capitol. The Capitol Police did a police report on it. Atlanta police have done several different investigations for it. Just recently, before he reached out to my daughter, it was during campaign season and he decided he was going to run against me, which is completely fine. The problem though was a Fulton County judge said that his rights to run for office were more important than my right to be protected. And so there was a moment that I did not have a restraining order because the restraining order would have violated his rights to run for office.
Okay. So what rights did you have as a victim that were not honored?
One, it's Marcy's Law. The General Assembly enacted Marcy's Law, and that pretty much gives certain crime victims certain rights. And some of those rights are to be actively involved in your case, to make sure that you're giving prosecutors or the state information about your case. In my case in particular, I gave the DA's office over 30 witnesses. They asked me for their names, their addresses, their phone numbers, dates of birth. There were even clergy from my church that were witnesses because my stalker ended up joining my church. And the DA's office did not interview one single witness or contact any witnesses.
Who was the DA at the time that request was made?
It was Fonnie Willis.
Is there an ongoing prosecution of this gentleman?
It is not.
Are you making ongoing complaints of continued stalking?
I am. In fact, things have just been so busy. I filed the police report when he contacted my daughter. The police investigated it. They found that he did, but since I didn't have the restraining order anymore, they asked me to go and get another restraining order. So I'll probably go back down to Fulton County again right after this to get another restraining order because they said that he couldn't have one when he was running for office.
Was this man convicted of stalking you?
He was convicted of stalking me. In fact, he had 2 indictments for stalking. It became aggravated stalking. And part of the plea deal, District Attorney Fonnie Willis ended up basically making felony aggravated stalking a misdemeanor for one of them, just failure to abide by a restraining order. But she did the 1 year for aggravated stalking and 2 years probation for a total of 3 years.
And he served some portion of that in jail.
He did because he violated the restraining order and had an emergency bond revocation. And so he was locked back up.
So what are you saying should have been done? I mean, do you think as a victim, you get the right to dictate the sentence or?
No.
Did he plead guilty or was there a jury trial?
No, it wasn't a trial because the Fulton County gave him a plea deal.
Okay.
And so he pled no.
Notified of that before it was done?
I was not notified. There is a long trail of emails that I have had going back and forth between myself and the DA's office. It's probably nauseating to them, but just for me, I understand the importance of a paper trail. So there are hundreds and hundreds of emails that I have sent back and forth. Some of them they have responded to, some of them they did not. I have actively asked to be involved because they were releasing him at times when he would get locked up for violating their restraining order, and I was not even notified that he was being released, which is another right of mine from Marcy's Law. But on the day the DA's office called me, I remember being in my car and they basically said, we have decided to give him a plea deal, and they told me what the plea deal was.
So the DA did at least advise you of that.
Yes.
Okay.
And I said, well, I don't agree with that. And they said, well, it's nothing we can do about it right now because we've already told the other attorney about it. And because of some kind of things between attorneys, I don't really know because I'm not an attorney, that since she had given this other attorney, the defendant's attorney, the plea deal already, she could not go back on it. And I basically was like, so his rights again are more important than my rights.
Were you advised of your right to be present at the plea hearing where the judge was determining whether or not to accept that plea bargain?
Yes, I did go. I went with a Fulton County investigator, and I do want to give a shout out to the investigators that protect, you know, women in these sorts of situations. She actually escorted me to the court. I knew my right to make a statement. I told the DA's office that I wanted to make a statement. Literally, the hearing was almost over. And the investigator said, well, didn't you want to make a statement? I said, yes. The investigator kind of made a little commotion in the court. That kind of forced the DA's office to say, oh, the victim is here and she does want to make a statement.
So your statement was heard before the sentence was imposed?
It was, and one of the things that I asked the judge for was a psychiatric eval for the defendant. And the judge, to my recollection, was asked the Fulton County, why didn't they put that in the order? And she agreed with me that it was feasible that he should have a psychiatric eval.
Okay.
So that was added.
So then after he served his time, he was let out of jail, and you feel like Marcy's law requires you to be notified of that?
Correct.
We're not notified of that?
I was not notified. I saw him in the community following me, and that has basically continued in different manners.
So how do you feel that District Attorney Willis has failed to comply with Marcy's law?
She violated Marcy's law by not notifying me of one, the plea deal. I think that's the most important thing to me. I was begging, really, I want to be involved in this case. The other thing is she is required to, I'll tell you one thing that she did that I did not like. There was an instance where he was following me. I contacted the police. The police did an investigation. They found, sure indeed, he did violate the restraining order. But instead of going to the judge to, you know, file a warrant to say he violated the restraining order, what he did was he went to the DA's office first, and the DA's office said, I'm not going to prosecute anything related to her cases. And so he basically came back and was like,
What do you mean? Your cases that would not be prosecuted?
correct,
Who said that?
Officer Hill. And so as we were trying to, even now, a few years ago, when I was trying to like get information together, because I eventually tried to seek help just through the court system for a remedy, I emailed him and I asked him, you know, shortly after that, and again, I might be mixing the dates up a little bit, but did he put that in the police report that the DA said she was not going to be prosecuting any of my cases? And he responded back and said he was on vacation and he'll check when he gets back in town.
Okay. Did you have personal communications with DA Willis? You said you had a lot of emails. Is that just with the DA's office or with her?
It's been both. So at one point there's a second piece to this that has nothing to do with why I'm here today, but I did go in for an interview at the DA's office because there was so much communication back and forth. And so they said, just come in. And my stalker's attorney is Fulton County Commissioner Marvin Arrington. And there were a lot of things happening, that should not have been happening, in my opinion, because Marvin Arrington was his attorney. And I brought that up to the DA's office. There are jail calls. I ended up getting the jail tapes because someone else from the news media actually told me that my stalker was talking about me and doing different things on a jail call. So I did open records request to get these jail calls. And then with that, when I went to the DA's office, I told her, some of the things that they were saying, because the stalker and Fulton County Commissioner Marvin Arrington were basically talking about how they did not want Judge Ellerby on the case. And there was a moment of trying to shop for judges. They were really trying to get one judge in particular. And when I spoke to the DA's office in front of her about that, she basically said, we know which judges give Commissioner Arrington preferential treatment, and Judge Ellerby is not one of them.
Okay. So, I don't know what help you want from us. I didn't compel you to come here. You said you had some relevant information that might assist our investigation. So I had you and your attorney, notified of your opportunity to speak here.
Yes.
So is it just you want to let it be known that you, didn't get any notification before the plea deal was made and didn't get notified when this man was released? Is there anything else?
I think really more than anything is I'm an elected official, and so I kind of know how the system works. I am savvy enough as a citizen to find information. My real concern is there are victims across the state of Georgia, because they're contacting me because my story is public. They are being victimized by the system too. You're being victimized once by a defendant, and then you're being victimized again by the system. And true victims, we are constantly fighting for justice. And so it's not that I'm here to really nail in on Bonnie Willis per se. She happens to be the vessel of a broken system that I was involved with. And I'm fortunate enough to have Attorney Williams represent me, because with his help, we've been able to kind of streamline my second portion of trying to get justice for myself. But really, I want the Senate to be aware that there are other people just like me. There's no way in the world that I am the only person that this is happening to.
So do you think that she is refusing to prosecute this man because you're the victim? Is it something personal where she will not prosecute him because you're a Republican or because she doesn't like you, or what's the point of that?
I don't know, because I can't speak for her. I know I was persistent in trying to get justice for myself and my two young girls. I don't know if it was bothering her initially. Honestly, my personal opinion was Commissioner Arrington is a good friend of hers, and that was my stalker's attorney. And she was just looking out for her good friend versus looking out for me, the victim.
Mr. Williams, do you have anything you'd like to add?
The only thing I'll add to this is, generally speaking, when we think of stalking, we think of a man stalking a woman. It can go by the other way around clearly. But generally what you're thinking about is, such as the case with Rep. Maynard, having your physical and mental integrity at risk. Somebody's pursuing you. You've made a claim that in this situation, this person pled out, was indicted by two different DAs, so we're not questioning whether it's legitimate or not. So I think with a lot of people who are watching this, there's a couple of issues going on. First of all, the Georgia Code does have non-discretionary duties that are placed on district attorneys. And we know this because the Georgia Code is very plain. I have it right in front of me as to what some of those duties are. And then secondly, if you violate those duties, it actually opens up liability per the code to civil liability for that district attorney. In Rep. Maynard's case, when I came on the case, I was like, look, we got to focus on some things. But I think one of the biggest things, and she mentioned it, is a district attorney has a non-discretionary duty to evaluate the sufficiency of evidence with law enforcement to pursue warrants or not pursue warrants. So when you have someone like Rep. Maynard come to you and a law enforcement officer actually says, hey, look, we have enough here. I could
You're
go-
talking about the 30 names that she provided?
No, the law enforcement officer who investigated whether or not this particular stalker had violated an agreement.
Okay.
So he said,
restraining
a restraining order. So he says, hey, look, we have something here. But I'm not going to do anything. It's a waste of time to take it to the judge because DA Willis is just not going to look at it. Now, that's scary. If you're a woman or a man and you're out there, and because I can tell you, I reviewed all this stuff. There's a million emails going back and forth. And you get in a situation where a district attorney has decided through frustration, I'm not dealing with this anymore. Well, you're not dealing with it to an extent that a law enforcement official feels like it's a waste of time to even pursue a legitimate claim, puts your life at risk.
Okay.
Okay. So then when the non-discretionary statutes also says, hey, look, you have to abide by laws that require certain conduct. That's what Marcy's law. Marcy's law is a serious law. It's not to be taken lightly. It was named after a victim. So when Marcy's law says, hey, notify me when you release the person who's been convicted of stalking, that's for a reason. That's to mitigate fear and circumstances that can place your life in jeopardy. And when a district attorney doesn't do it, because you've been, I guess, sending a million emails over it, that's a problem.
Do you have the citation of that law, Marcy's law, the code section?
Oh, the Marcy's law, let me see where it's at. The Crime Victims Bill of Rights, 1717-1.
Okay.
And 1717-11. So also, when Marcy's law says you have to get the viewpoint of the victim when you're engaging in plea negotiations. And then you get an email back that says the district attorney does not have to consult with you when making plea deals. So then you just left thinking, okay, well, what's going on here? One issue is being invited to the actual, once the plea deal's made and seeing if a judge is going to accept it. The other issue is getting in front of it, getting the perspective from the victim when you're actually negotiating the plea. The law's in place for a reason. And when that's violated, you think, hey, what's going on?
So in this case, your contention is that District Attorney Willis did not consult with Representative Maynard before entering into the plea bargain, and then also failed to advise her when the stalker was released.
In this particular situation, District Attorney Fonnie Willis, according to the evidence that I've reviewed, did not engage Rep. Maynard as required by law in plea negotiations.
Okay. And did not
And
notify.
did not
the release.
notify her prior to her convicted stalker, her stalker, being released, and then, according to this officer, created an atmosphere that when Rep. Maynard would go into the police, or this particular officer, created an atmosphere where the officer felt like it wasn't even worth taking a legitimate claim to a judge because nothing was going to be done about it.
All right. And so does the law give any remedy for that if a DA voluntarily or knowingly, willingly refuses to obey that law?
Well, what this law does say, it says if a district attorney fails to comply with this code section, he is liable to rule as an attorney at law with all penalties and remedies applicable thereto. So what that says to me is, and it's arguable, we'll get into this in court, is that things like prosecutorial immunity and stuff like that might not be available to you. Because the law is saying if you violate the code section, then you're going to be held responsible just like a regular attorney at law. But that's a legal question that has to be debated. What we've done is we've amended the complaint. We served.
So you have filed a formal complaint against the DA?
There's a civil complaint that was filed by a lawyer that I wasn't a part of the first one. And so I got with Rep. Maynard and I was like, hey, look, you got to streamline this a little bit. You got to really hone this down. All this other stuff could be valid. I'm not questioning that the validity of it, but we're going to have to amend this to get a little bit more clarity about what's going on. For example, RICO. I'm not saying that it's not a legitimate RICO, but RICO, from my experience at least, is extraordinarily complicated. Especially, I've never seen an individual win it. I only seen the government win it. So, you know, we got rid of that. We served the original complaint. We're gonna do the judge on the complaint voluntarily recused herself. So we're waiting for a new judge. And then we'll do the amended complaint. It's pared down, and then we're gonna go forward and figure out what the law, or maybe the Georgia Court of Appeals or whoever has to say about this. But to minimize and diminish what Rep. Maynard has experienced, because she's her own best advocate, and she's an advocate for her children. And so if somebody's stalking, and then you have somebody's child saying, why is this man ringing the doorbell 1,000 times? And then you say, hey, I don't know, but we're going to try to find out and resolve this. And because you keep on pressing the district attorney saying, hey, right or wrong, I don't think you're doing your job right here. The answer to that is not to say, hey, I'm not touching anything with her, or I'm not going to advise you when your stalker's released, or I don't care, you don't have a right to participate in plea negotiations. We can make a plea deal without your involvement. That's not the answer. That's a violation of the law. So when you ask Rep. Maynard what she's trying to accomplish here, you know, she gave her answer, but what I would say is a deep dive into compliance.
Yes.
How do you report a perceived violation of the law against a district attorney in Georgia and feel that you actually are going to get a legitimate investigation into the issue?
In your investigation, are you aware of other crime victims who feel like the district attorney has not complied with Marcy's law in their cases?
I haven't looked at it because, you know, we haven't had discovery or anything, but I'm more than sure something's out there.
So what is the remedy sought in the lawsuit that you filed? You're seeking civil damages, mandamus?
There's damages asked for, but I think more importantly, the lawsuit, you know, when you go into civil litigation, and this is just the reality of it, civil litigation is about mainly money and damages. But to most people, that's to the public, that's what they think. But to somebody like Rep. Maynard, she's just trying to get out there and let's see if we can get some compliance going on. How can we get a fair investigation? Why do I have to be forced to file a lawsuit, go through all these immunities defenses? Everyone tell me I'm just seeking money for no reason, when really I wanted to be able to complain and have it taken seriously. And because it wasn't taken seriously, I have to file a lawsuit to try to have an attempt at being taken seriously.
Okay.
You know, something that, if I may, something that happened during the course of me trying to fight for myself. One of the avenues I did was I made a complaint to Fulton County Ethics, right? I could not find any information online about how do you even complain to Fulton County Ethics. I found something digging way deep. I ended up mailing it to the address that was online. And a few months later after that, there was a lady who had a P.O. box. She said, this is no longer the P.O. box for Fulton County Ethics. I reached out to Chairman Rob Pitts and said, hey, I've been trying to file an ethics complaint. There's no mechanism of filing an ethics complaint. The address is wrong. I think one thing that has come out of me fighting for this is now it is very easy to go online to Fulton County's website. Since I made the complaints, now they have clear as day a way for people to go online and file ethics complaints. Now, if they get what they need out of that, I don't know, but at least that is one solution that has occurred just from me advocating for myself.
And then the last thing I'll say, I just have to say this because the Civil Rights Compliance Division, I don't want to talk real negative on anybody. Everybody's out here trying to work hard, do a job. But something has to be looked into regarding the Civil Rights Compliance Division of Fulton County. This place is almost a joke when it comes to investigating high-level senior elected officials, district attorneys, people of that nature. I mean, I have seen evidence rock solid, not even make it into an investigative file. I mean, so someone has to take a real deep dive into that compliance division, because basically, based on my experience, I have a lot of experience with them, it's just a rubber stamp organization. It's just an organization that says, hey, I'm gonna find a way to exonerate this public official, regardless of how wrong the evidence makes me believe that this person engaged in unlawful or unconstitutional conduct. I'm just gonna figure out how can I stop it, and that's all I'll say.
Senator Jones, do you have questions? That's all I had.
Yeah, just a couple, Mr. Chair. First, without a doubt, this happened, this took place, and I apologize for that. But I want to ask Attorney Williams something about law, legal stuff, which is one of the things in your complaint. It seemed like that the other defense attorney, there's two defense attorneys, and defense attorney comes on board and he keeps trying to hold, I think, District Attorney Willis' feet to the fire about an earlier plea agreement that had been made by a previous district attorney. Do you think there should be a change in the law to where, let's say you have one district attorney leaves and another district attorney comes in, that they're not bound necessarily by that plea agreement? Whether there was a plea, I don't know, but that other attorney seems to think there was a plea agreement, and he kept saying, y'all have to stick with this particular plea agreement.
No.
And he was arguing, and the law says that it's basically a contract and that she couldn't break it. But I'm just asking, if you have one district attorney makes a deal and another comes in, should that one be continually held to that standard?
That is contract principles. I'm not a criminal attorney, but I'm gonna always advocate for some discretion if I come in new to a situation and make my own type of decision. But on the opposite side of it, I would argue that, hey, if I can prove, if it's in writing and it's been legitimized through writing and we've agreed on it and signed off on it, my argument would be that, hey, you're bound by it, because it's like an agency principle in my opinion. But I feel like if you have a contract in place and an agreement in place and you can actually say that it's been signed, nobody's questioning the legitimacy of it, I would argue that you have to go forward with that.
Senator Jones, if I can add on to what he just said. So you're right. In the case, the original counselor for my stalker was adamant that DA Paul Howard had given my stalker a plea deal. The DA's office, all the ADAs had no record of that. And so towards the end, right before he was given a plea deal, Paul Howard was actually supposed to come and testify in court to say that he gave Commissioner Marvin Arrington a deal, or did he not? And instead, I mean, literally, it was in a few more days, he was supposed to do that. And then abruptly, they gave him a plea deal without asking me.
And that plea deal was to the stalking.
Yes.
Now, the first one was supposed to be like a misdemeanor though, right? The
So
one that-
saying,
right, Paul Howard, supposedly. The
Right.
previous district attorney, I don't want to get into names, but the previous district attorney, he supposedly offered a misdemeanor with no jail time.
it could have been even throwing it out. I don't
Or
know.
maybe even throwing it out. And so this new defense attorney comes on, because Arrington left, he comes on, District Attorney Willis now is in office. And basically he's telling District Attorney Willis, you have to stick with this plea agreement, which is either a misdemeanor or maybe even throwing it out. But the end result is, I guess she kind of breaks that contract, because he pleads to a stalking. He actually pleads to a felony, right?
Well, your question was about legally, what do
Yeah.
you think you can do law-wise?
Yeah.
I am saying that one of the remedies was actually letting Paul Howard come on the witness stand to say, did you do this or did you not do this? That could have solved it.
Yeah.
Now, why they did not want him to say, I did give a plea deal or I did not give a plea deal, I don't know.
Right. I was trying to get clarification on
Yeah.
for my question, because
No, I think-
if there was no
think-
plea deal offered, then the question goes away. But I'm just of the understanding that the previous DA, he was offering a misdemeanor
The problem for him,
And
the
then,
problem for whoever was trying to enforce that is that nobody had proof of it.
right. But what
It's
did he
just
end up
his-
pleading to?
He ended up pleading to the aggravated stalking, and then it was reduced. It was reduced and he did a NOLO.
The second aggravated
But
stalking.
he pled to one aggravated stalking.
Yeah.
That a felony or misdemeanor?
I believe that's a
It's a
felony.
That's a
felony.
felony. So, but it's not both aggravated stalkings, but it is the one, but it's not two. It's not, 'cause it was two of them. So one of them
That's
still,
right.
and that was because you think maybe that was because he kept saying, I have a, whether he had it or not, 'cause we don't know because the other DA didn't take the stand, but possibly he kept saying, I have a deal. And District Attorney Willis, you better stick with it.
I'm not sure what the reason is because I can't speculate on that, but I can say this though. Based on my understanding of what I've seen about the stalker's previous counsel, Arrington Jr. And I don't, for all I know, Arrington Jr. is a good guy and stuff, but walking into a DA's office, bypassing ADAs, doing stuff that clearly draws into question ethical responsibilities and the law, just put a kind of stain on the whole process and actually what was really going on between Arrington, DA Willis, and Arrington's client, the stalker in this case. Because when I'm looking at this stuff, I'm thinking, I know even if I was a criminal attorney, I know I can't just go and say, I'm going to go over and I'm going to walk right into Fonnie Willis's office and I'm going to say, hey, let's talk. I can't bypass ADAs. I can't have conversations on the phone and say crazy stuff that's recorded and nobody ever investigates it. So there's obviously, with positions of authority comes some discretions and different things like that, but it just goes back to the point I was making earlier. You got to have an investigative mechanism on some of this stuff that people cannot, nobody from the public, including lawyers, wants to feel at a disadvantage and feel that somebody is using their authority in an abusive manner. That's the problem here. It really is. Whether we're talking about DA Willis, whether we're talking about Marvin Arrington Jr., it's an abuse of authority, a perceived abuse of authority. So who do we go to correct this? And it can't be the Civil Rights Division of Fulton County. It can't be because that compliance division is just, I've never seen anything like it.
And I had one other quick question, which was about the previous, was there a previous case in this? You weren't on that one though.
Yeah, so let me give you the case history though, Honorable Senator. So there was a federal case filed.
And what was the result of that?
The judge allowed the state law claims to come back to state court, didn't rule on them. And then I think it was federal RICO and the judge said, well, state RICO, federal RICO are different. I'm not going to grant you the federal RICO, go back to state court.
Did they all, I mean, who was sued in that federal case?
A lot of people. Fonnie Willis, I think Arrington Jr.
The ethics board.
The ethics board. Now, in the amended complaint, it is bad as I believe, my personal belief based on evidence that Arrington Jr. conducted himself. He's not in the amended complaint. There's only one person. All the ethics board, they're out too. It's one person in the amended complaint. That's Fonnie Willis in her individual capacity. And hopefully we can resolve this issue, in my opinion. But we did kind of clean it up for clarity purposes and trying to go forward.
So was that first complaint just dismissed is what happened?
No, it's just waiting to be amended.
No, the first
Oh,
complaint.
in federal court?
Yeah, federal court. It
That
got
was dismissed on the
dismissed.
federal claims. The state
Right.
claims went back to.
And they just sent the state claims down
Yeah.
and they're pending.
Yep.
Has everybody filed their motion to summary judgment and everything?
No, because there's no judge on the case.
No judge yet.
Yeah, so, but nobody's gonna be able to file a motion to dismiss except for Fonnie Willis. 'Cause
Right.
When we amend the complaint, everybody else is gone.
Has she filed it yet?
No.
But
because-
she filed one in the federal claim and it got
Yeah, oh, yeah.
dismissed. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Appreciate you all being here today and sharing your testimony, and all the district attorneys and committee members for making the effort to be here. I know it's tough in the summer to line your calendars up. Senator Kennedy had to leave. He had another Senate meeting he had to get to since we ran so long, but he told me he would be listening in on his computer as he traveled to his next meeting. But I appreciate him being here this morning as well, and all the help of our staff. And we will be adjourned until our next meeting on September the 13th at 10:30 a.m. Thank you all. for
Thank
being
you.
here.
Thank you so
We're
much.
adjourned.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.